Hello, little green box. Hello, live counter ticking up. I'm going to assume that means we are streaming and that means we are live, which means welcome back, everybody, to the Storytime Network channel. This is technically the Paradox Hour podcast, and this is one of our anime streams. Today we are talking about, this is the Summer Anime 3 Plus sort of episode check-in. I say sort of because quite a few episodes have quite a few shows have frankly hit their midpoints, and some shows haven't even hit three episodes.
Some shows hit their midpoints, other shows just started, and then you got like Theta, which still hasn't aired, and it's like one of the shows I'm most excited for.
It's kind of insane, really.
It's going to be interesting to see how we fit that into future streams, but that's a problem for future us. Who will not appreciate us dumping it on them, but fuck them.
Fuck them. Future problems are not our problems right now.
Yeah. So, because of just some housekeeping, because of what happened during last stream, where we had at least a couple of people asking what shows we were talking about when, I have added a command to Nightbot. If you type !anime, Nightbot should tell you the title of the show we are currently talking about. Try to do it at least a few seconds into our talk, because I'm going to have to do this manually because I don't know any better way. So if you do it like the second I change the screenshot, then you're probably going to end up with the wrong show title. So give it a few seconds after the screenshot changes. But we should get started. Actually, we haven't introduced ourselves for a while. I am Mill, your eternally exhausted Brett, joined by Jack up in the right-hand corner.
Hello, I'm the also eternally exhausted Californian person.
And Koni in the bottom right.
And I'm the eternally exhausted Eastern U.S. person.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've got both sides of the U.S. covered.
There is a trend. We're all exhausted.
That's what like that.
That's what life is for 20-somethings talking about anime.
It's already August. Like, oh my god.
It's 2022 in 4 months. Good luck, guys.
Not 4. Wait.
4.5. 4.5 months.
God damn it.
But in happier news, our first show up is the Aquatope of White Sands. I'm sorry.
Which is so fucking good.
So I've got two screenshots of this, and I do want to show them both off. So the first one is Fuka saying to Kukuru, "I wanted to get closer to you," and the second one is the two of them holding each other's faces. Now, I personally believe there is no heterosexual explanation for this.
Wait, do you have both screen? Can I see the first screenshot again? I just got I want to see the first screen. Yeah, I'm seeing that both of them holding each other's faces. What? Let me see the first one.
First one is up.
Yeah.
What? Ah. Yeah,
I mean, in conclusion,
gay, I swear to God. This show isn't gay, I swear to God.
In conclusion,
the best shows of the season. Also one of the best shows of the season, so.
Oh, no, absolutely one of the best shows of the
these
season.
bitches gay. Good for them.
Yeah, no, I genuinely don't see any heterosexual explanation for episode 4.
Yeah, no. Episode 4.
Well, maybe, I mean, one can, like, I guess one can see the first screenshot, but that second screenshot, man, there is no explanation. That isn't homosexual.
Well, no, because, like, the first screenshot is after Fuka has realized that the reason she has tried so hard to learn everything about, like, aquarium and, like, fish and everything is because she put herself as a former idol into the public eye, which, as we will see in a later show, is a treacherous road to walk. She did that.
Very treacherous. good proposition there.
Yeah, she did that because she wanted to get to know Kukuru better, and it's just like, you would not do that if you didn't, have some level of feelings for her. Come on, please. Not to mention...
I contend that
I
this
mean,
is very much a slow
you
burn
could just use
romance.
you could use the best friends trope, but I prefer the slow burn.
Bullshit. Look at them.
Yeah.
Look at them. Best friends don't do that.
No. I was talking about the first screenshot. The second screenshot, yeah, there's no explanation for this. Yeah.
There is no sexual explanation for that. Thank you very much.
Look at it.
The other thing is that I don't know if this is confirmed, but I've certainly read in multiple places that Kuya, the blonde-haired dude who doesn't like girls, is apparently gay.
I mean, it would not surprise me.
I guess that would make sense.
He likes hanging out with Kai, who is frankly Fujo bait with those looks, so it wouldn't surprise me.
All right.
So after episode 1, we've had 4 episodes. So we've got episode 2, 3, 4, and 5 to talk about. The thing that I want to mention starts in episode 4 and sort of pays off in episode 5. Umiyan.
Oh yeah.
Or one of the other workers in the aquarium, who was previously out with a bad back and didn't manage to come back. He has found he snuck into work, because he didn't come to work. He came to sneak in and get his popsicles. His shochu infused popsicles, and shochu is a Japanese alcohol with an alcohol content of 25 to 37%. Not to mention, he kept eating those popsicles even when he went back to work. And then he offered one to Fuka's mum.
That's hilarious.
That man must have a massive alcohol tolerance, or he must just be pissed 90% of the time. Maybe both.
Why not both?
But considering how the kids treated him at the touching pool, I wouldn't blame him for being pissed 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Because he very clearly still has a terrible back, and yet those kids were using him as a jungle gym.
Speaking of stuff that started in episode 4 and continued into episode 5, there's also Fuka's mom.
Thank God we've got a good anime parent.
Yeah, I know. I did not expect that plot thread to be resolved as well as it was, but she is very surprisingly and very wonderfully reasonable. Sure, she gives Fuka a deadline, but there are definitely worse approaches a parent could take. Yeah.
And even the whole I'm gonna take you home now was understandable, considering Fuka did that entirely without permission and without telling her mum where she went.
Yeah. No, she just fucked off over to Okinawa and did not tell her parents where she was until several days after the fact.
Yeah. There was a little bit of a rough patch in episode 2 where it was kind of unfair for Kukuru to get mad at Fuka for not knowing how to feed the penguins properly.
Yeah. To be fair to Kukuru, she does realize that she was being unfair.
The other thing is episode 3 was a very fun episode because we got to see the magicness of the aquarium again.
Oh yeah.
When
that's going to be a very slow burn element, I think.
Probably. Yeah, we keep seeing that. What's the fucking name? Do I still have that tab open? No, I do not. The fucking red-haired thing, Kiki something.
Yeah, the little dude.
The little fish-eating dude. That's probably a god of some kind. That still has Fuka's hat, I should point out. Stole that fucking hat and just just kept it.
Good for him.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. Trying to think what else there was. I mean, we got to meet the fortune teller, who is actually the mum of Udon-chan, and the fortune teller is still delightful.
I love her so much. She's especially really great in episode 5.
I mean,
just goes out of her way to try to help Fuka, and it's just so nice.
I mean, yeah, that community was fully on board with just hiding Fuka in various parts of Okinawa.
Yeah.
For however long it took.
They are just such wonderful people.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, that's all I can think to say. This is a fantastic show. It looks amazing, because of course it does. Because it's, you know, it's PA Works, and it's by the same team that did Irazuku, who, as we said last week, or last time we did one of these, that's a very good team, and they are doing a very good job here as well. Because it is 24 episodes, it is slightly, well, not even slightly slow burn, it is slow burn. But at the same time, it feels like it's got to go a little bit quicker, considering I believe they are in August at this point, and Fuka has to go back in September.
Yeah, they have about a month.
Yeah. So they got, 19 or so episodes to fit a month into. Or they got to spread a month out over 19 episodes. Which is going to be interesting to see how they do. Or maybe, Fuka sticks around longer. Who the fuck knows?
Yeah.
I mean, the only other things I want to mention is that Umiyan is great. I love him.
I like the whole cast, honestly.
I mean, yeah, the whole cast is absolutely great, but just the introduction of Umiyan was hilarious.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
That Fuka walked into a back room to see him scoffing popsicles infused with alcohol. Then he was forced to chase her to explain himself, which hurt his back again.
Yeah, no. Liquor-infused popsicles sound like my kind of thing.
I can't imagine they'd be that hard to make.
Yeah. But I think that is all to really talk about on this one before, without going into theorizing.
Yeah, I mean, my main theory is that these two are going to end up together as girlfriends. And they should end up together as girlfriends.
I support that theory. I support that 100%.
But moving on to a less good show. Battle game in 5 seconds. Just before I talk, because I can only do one thing at a time, because I am that type of person. Battle game in 5 seconds. Okay, Nightbot is changed. So I believe I'm the only one watching this at the moment.
I haven't caught up to it yet.
There's 4 episodes out at the moment. It is frankly complete trash, and yet I'm still watching. I don't know why.
Yeah,
we all have that.
I expect that from a death game anime. So,
I mean, first things first. Fuck Battle Game in 5 seconds for putting only the girls on a particular team in bunny outfits and not the guys. You are cowards. Complete cowards.
Of course they're cowards. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
I wouldn't mind if it was if both genders had been in the bunny girl outfits, but the fact that you only put the girls in it is clear what you're trying to do there. I mean, yeah, it's just sort of it's a death game anime. It's a death battle anime. Like, it's just there's not really much to say. I mean, actually, no. I should talk about the other lead, because we hadn't gotten really anything from her in the first episode. Yuri Amakage. who joined the Death Game ranks after she helped a dude who had been bullied, I think. And then that dude started stalking her. To the point where when she basically told him to fuck off enough, he basically stood on the edge of a building and was going to commit suicide. To which Yuri ran up to try and stop him, got out on the ledge, and then he grabbed her and jumped.
Wow, what an asshole.
To make it even worse, he also joined the Death Game. And is still convinced that she loves him. Thankfully, Yuri gets to fight this guy, and despite the fact that this guy's power is to make his body as hard as iron or something like that, which is a horrible, horrible power for a stalker like that guy. Yuri's is to quintuple her physical abilities, I think. So she just punches the shit out of him. Now, personally, if I had a chance to fight the person who got me into a death game, I would have, slammed him into the ground, ripped his dick off, and then punched him into a wall. But that's just me. I certainly would have involved ripping the dick off, because he deserves that, 100%.
Of course.
I don't think the show is rated highly enough to justify dick rippage, unfortunately.
Yeah, whatever. I still would have liked to have known that it was done. Fucking Catgirl's voice is still annoying as shit, but thankfully it didn't show up too much in episodes 3 and 4. The guy the group affectionately called Monkey Man was killed by the, I believe, prostitute. Certainly a very sexually active person. It was not nice, but to be brutally honest, it had no impact on me because I didn't care about him, because it's a death game and people are going to die, and he was easily the most likely of that team to die because everyone else is on the main cast list. So it was quite clear who out of the 5 of them was going to die in this equation. Which seems harsh to him.
It's like that one joke of, oh, one person will die tonight. Main cast member, main cast member, main cast member, main cast member, or red shirts.
Yeah. As I said, very clear who was going to die in that equation.
Yep.
Akira hasn't really had a chance to flex the limits of his power, which is, whatever the opponent believes it is, because he was put on a team with the guy he faced in the first round, so he had to say it was the power he used. Otherwise, people would know what it was and it wouldn't work on them later in the competition.
Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah. I don't really have much to say about this. I did like the visual that I used for the screenshot, because basically the guy Akira faced can negate the other person's power whenever he sticks his hand on the floor, but he used it horrifically. And so basically, like Akira was saying, no, this is a really good power, it's just the way this guy used it was utterly awful. If, say, the pro wrestler who was on our team had that power, he would have crushed me in an instant. That said, there are some interesting powers, because the wrestler, Kumagiri, has a power where for, believe it's 2 seconds, he is invincible. There was somebody on the other team whose power was can copy anyone's power, but at a 10th of the strength. Unfortunately, she was put up against the pro wrestler, so the power she copied was be invincible for 0.2 of a second. So she quickly gave up.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah. And delinquent dude whose power is can turn a stick into a sword that can cut anything, lost his match by via a groin shot.
Ouch.
Specifically, his opponent could enlarge marbles. I think it was specifically marbles. One rolled between the guy's legs. She enlarged it, and boom, crotch shot.
Ow.
Oof.
Why is that there? That shouldn't be there. What? Oh, it's changed. Sorry, I am. I was about to make the case study of Vanitas screenshot visible, but it's in the wrong place for some reason, and I don't know why. It shouldn't be there.
Mm.
So I'm just going to have to change the sizing, which is a lot easier now, thankfully, now that I've figured out a trick on OBS, which is very, very helpful for me. Okay, good. That's not showing up now, but we will now move on because I have nothing else to say about Battle Game in 5 seconds. I'm probably going to keep watching even though it's trash. At least until it, until it stops being boring, or starts being boring, I should say, rather than stops. But we are moving on to the case study of Vanitas. Case study of Vanitas, copy that.
This is quite the show.
So should we talk about the elephant in the room now or later?
Let's just get it out of the way.
The relationship between Vanitas and Jean is, to put it bluntly, predatory.
Fucked up. Yeah, no, it's fucked.
Because their first main interaction is Vanitas forcing a kiss on Jean, and the second main one is Jean sucking Vanitas' blood in a very, very sexual way. Yes. Both of them were treating it as if it was basically sex. Jean is a woman. I should point out. It's Jean in terms of the French pronunciation.
Jean sucking Vanitas' blood or Vanitas sucking Jean's blood?
Jean sucking Vanitas' blood.
Vanitas is not technically a vampire.
Is a human.
I'm not saying he's 100% human on this front yet.
He is ostensibly human for the purposes of this discussion.
Have you seen his fingernails? So yeah, that's really, really, really not great. Plus side, I have heard that stuff like that doesn't happen that often later on, and that Jean's arc gets a lot better. But we will see.
Yeah, I've heard the same.
We will see.
Yeah. On the other hand, Noe is just such a precious cinnamon roll, and I love him dearly.
Oh, poor Noe. Poor Noe.
Noe did not deserve the suffering he underwent.
Yeah. I will say that I am a little bit annoyed that this show decided to put a warning up for mere child violence, but not for the sexual assault.
Not great, yeah.
I feel
at the same time, though,
I feel like the sexual assault deserved it more than the child violence.
It's a matter of perspective, really. But yeah, no, both were pretty fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing a bunch of children get murdered by other children is always fun, but some people might not like that.
I've seen worse. I've seen far worse. I've seen far worse this season, i.e. Idaten Deities end of the first episode.
Oh yeah, that.
I consider that worse than some child violence, frankly. But hey, that's just me.
We will get to that later.
So we've been introduced to...
But yeah, this show, besides the...
So I've been introduced to Dominique, who is a childhood friend of Noe. She seems pretty good so far. I mean, to be fair,
honestly, I'm surprised by how supportive the relationship is with Noe.
it is also a little bit fucked up, especially their initial interactions on screen, where Noe drank Dominique's blood, and then
Yeah,
Dominique put a collar on Noe. But at the same time, knowing what we know now about their backstory, it makes sense that their relationship is slightly fucked up.
and it's a whole lot better than every other relationship we've seen so far in the series.
Hmm. Um.
Yeah. The other cast members we've been introduced to so far are also have a lot of interesting potential,
Hmm.
especially Ruthven, who was
Hmm.
introduced in the latest episode.
Hmm.
He's very interesting.
So, according to I believe the ANN reviewer for this show is Mercedes.
Yeah, Rebecca Silverman.
Oh no, Rebecca Silverman is it? Is
No,
it?
it's
No,
Rebecca
it's
Silverman
Rebecca
for
Silverman.
Vanitas.
No, it's
Fair
Rebecca.
enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's Rebecca Silverman.
Okay, so according to her, well, first of all, the outfits are apparently very period appropriate, which is always good. Always like when a show has done their research
Which is great.
historically.
No, that's nice.
The other thing concerning Ruth then is he is apparently, or his name is used for a character in a vampire novel written, I think, at the pretty much at the same time as Frankenstein.
Yep, early 1800s.
Yeah.
It was apparently written during the same party that
Mm.
Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein at.
I mean, clearly a very interesting party. Probably, lots and lots of now illicit substances were taken.
Oh yeah, that would explain a lot. Wasn't Lord Byron the one who hosted it?
I don't know enough about that party. This is the first I've heard of it, but I'm just going to assume that there was lots and lots of drugs. Can you imagine Mary Shelley just drunkenly going, "So I got this guy, Frankenstein, and his monster, Frankenstein's monster." It's just everyone going, "That is genius."
It's great.
I mean, clearly, everyone there had to be drunk because nobody, figured out the issue of maybe people will think the monster is Frankenstein, like, like everyone has done for the last 180 years. Probably close to 200 at this point. But we are off topic. We've also been introduced to the organization taking vampires as true names, Charlatan.
Charlatan, yes. That one person from Charlatan who's all that creepy shadow stuff is hella fucked.
Again,
I think she tries to steal Noe's true name and turn him into a monster.
I mean, that is kind of their whole deal. I wouldn't be
Yeah.
like surely would be more surprised if it didn't try and do that.
Fair enough.
But the Phantom is called Nania, who again apparently in Roman mythology was the goddess of funerals.
That's not ominous at all.
But I do quite like the oh fuck, what's the word I'm trying to look for here? I like the fact that obviously in the first episode ended with Vanitas wanting Noe to come along, Noe not wanting to, and episode 6 ended with Vanitas not wanting Noe and Noe attaching himself anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
do quite like that. I really can't think of the word.
Oh.
It's 20 to 2 in the morning for me. My brain is not 100% right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Vanitas is still entertaining. The scenes with Vanitas and John certainly take it down a bit, but
Yeah.
they're not.
But otherwise, it's still really.
Yeah, they're not as obviously like awful as, say, I keep bringing it up, the scene at the end of Idaten Deities first episode. They're still bad, but they're not as bad as that.
Yeah.
And it's very clear that the narrative really does want to make you think about, is Vanitas a good person or not?
Yeah, Vanitas has been consistently kind of an asshole from like very early on.
The other thing is he also very clearly is a death seeker, I would say. He puts himself in a fuck ton of danger.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me if the whole thing with John is him, poking her and going, kill me, kill me. I'm trying to piss you off, kill me.
Quite literally poking the bear. Well, not quite literally, but you know what I mean.
I mean, John is pretty fucking badass.
Oh yeah, no, she's strong.
And is entirely like devoted to Luca, Kid Vampire Extraordinaire. That's the interesting part. Vampires age in this, by the looks of things.
Yeah, they're like they're basically like people who suck blood, basically.
By the looks of things, yeah. I mean, they've gone out in daylight, haven't they?
Yeah, no, like the only difference between vampires and humans in this world seems to be that they drink blood.
I'm not even sure if it doesn't feel like, or certainly hasn't been implied that they absolutely have to do that at the moment.
We just don't know.
Yeah.
I imagine the world building will get to that at some point. But speaking of world building, let's get on to a show that I don't think has any. I don't know. I haven't touched it.
Are we actually talking about Cheats Pharmacist, or are we not? Koni, you are literally the only one who might have watched this. So if you haven't watched past episode 1, we're just going to skip it.
No, I haven't. I was gonna. I wasn't planning on watching past episode 1.
Fair enough.
That is completely understandable.
Cheats Pharmacist has been dropped. So moving on to D_side Traumerei the animation. Give me a second because I just need to do Nightbot, and then I will talk about this because I am the only one watching this. Yes, that is exactly why I picked that screenshot, because it is fucking hilarious. He has said that at least 3 times now to transform. At least 3 times. He said it in episode 1, in episode 3, and episode 5. So good news and bad news about this show. Good news, it is dealing with like issues that deserve to be talked about. It has talked about bullying. Let me just check what episodes there were. It's talked about bullying. It's talked about abusive family. It's talked about depression. And what to do if your sister is raped and murdered and the guy gets put on trial, says he will do it again, and yet tries to appeal the guilty decision. That actually happens. The dude literally says, in court, I will do it again, and yet his lawyer tries to appeal. It's just like...
That's either a very stupid lawyer or a very dedicated lawyer.
Like, how are you... What grounds are there for an appeal? He admitted it.
Grounds? You just admitted it.
He admitted it. don't understand it. The bad side is, for most of these, except for the depression episode, which was easily the best episode and actually genuinely made me tear up at the end, the other ones have been dealt with a little too lightly because they've been a topic in episode. In particular, the abusive family episode literally is resolved by the character is Eri, Ibasaki Eri, who is at the start of the show demure, nerdy student council president, I think, something like that. But that is because her father is very abusive. And it's resolved by her getting a makeover, coming home, recording the abusive father being abusive, and then threatening to expose it, which, as people have pointed out in the Crunchyroll comments, probably isn't going to stop it. In real life, it would not stop an abusive
No, it's not.
parent, frankly. It might make them go too far, frankly.
No, that won't stop them.
Episode 3 was...
Just call CPS.
Yeah, episode 3 was a weird one in that a girl was bullied, and so when what the fuck's her name, Reina, starts being nice to her. Actually, no, it's not weird. It's understandable, frankly. Reina starts being nice to this girl, Tomomi, and Tomomi doesn't believe it and thinks that she is, putting an act on to make herself look better. And with the help of these magic drugs, ruins her reputation. But again, it all gets resolved nicely at the end, because once they defeat the weird, which is the name for these creatures, everyone forgets everything that's happened to do with it.
Oh my god.
The names aren't the best in the show. They weren't thinking that.
Is this show made on acid? Was this?
Well, I wanted to get a screenshot of the hand dog things just so you could fucking see them, because they are weird. But I didn't end up getting one. No, seriously though, episode 4, because it focuses on Fushibei Aruto, who is, I think, certainly preteens, early teens, younger than a lot of the cast. And he basically is he has to look after his suicidal mum while his dad works like really, really long hours. And he keeps basically having to... elementary school student, so maybe even younger than preteen. But he... in the episode, he has to stop his mum from walking in front of a train. And... it's implied that is not the first time he's had to do something like that. But instead of, resolving it really nicely at the end, or, in a bow at the end, oh, hooray, his mum is better now, she's not depressed, it does actually, show that depression doesn't go away. It can be made better, but it doesn't go away. And again, it's done really nicely because Aruto brings home his, found family in the rest of the knockers up. Sorry, I can't say it with a straight face. with the rest of his friends, and makes a meal for her. While they're making a meal, he just spends some quiet time with her. And again, it's really, really nice. Easily the best episode. And unfortunately is getting shit upon, by the anime community at large, because it's CG. And honestly, it's good CG. It's certainly not terrible. It's better than X-Arm, which is not a high bar, but it's the bar I'm working with.
I was going to say, we've seen the low bar.
But, that's the bar I'm working with now, so pretty much every CG anime I'm going to watch now, as long as there's not, clear and obvious errors, I'm probably going to consider it fine. But, no, I'm actually enjoying this. I genuinely am enjoying this. The characters are mostly meh. The main character, Ryuhei, is pretty much your typical shonen pro tag. With a little bit
That
of depth.
sounds about right.
With a little bit of depth, because he tried to help Aruto with his problems in episode 4. But yeah, I like the show. I genuinely do. I think it's pretty decent. Fuck's sake! What the fuck? I've now got to check all of these. God damn it.
What happened?
Well, while you guys are talking about Detective is Already Dead, the fucking screenshots have been fucked up. But while you're talking about Detective is Already Dead, that didn't work. Why didn't that work?
No clue.
Give me a second. There we go. There we go.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, I don't know what was happening with it. But yeah, you all talk about Detective is Already Dead. I didn't even finish episode 2.
This one is just. I dropped this one. I dropped this one after episode 4.
I mean, I don't blame you because it's.
Okay, just explain why. I'm just kind of curious. Because I haven't like. What were you gonna say?
So I was trying to watch it after I watched episode 4. I was like, the show is dumb and weird, but I might give it another chance. And then I just could not bring myself to watch episode 5 afterwards because I was like, you know what would be a better use of my time? Catching up on my backlog of shows that I haven't watched yet. That would be a better use of my time. And yeah, no, the show is just out there, very out there, and not in a fun way a lot of the time. Like episode 3 and 4 actually had some interesting stuff, and episode 4 had what was it? Some actual detective work, surprisingly enough. But then the Stinger had just like this randomly introduced character who's like, oh yeah, this is the apprentice for the titular dead detective, and we're only just introducing her now, 4 episodes in, after the credits. So it's like, come on, really? And that's not even getting into all the idle bullshit in episodes 3 and 4.
It's kind of weird because like, okay, I don't know. I haven't actually watched it yet. I'm just gonna say what I said earlier. I just remember like this being like super hyped by everybody, and then like.
I mean, that's because the first like 15 minutes had a lot of Sakuga. And
I think I was just because like I follow like Tim Morris on Twitter, so like you get to hear about like you get to hear about like upcoming light novels and stuff. So I'm like I hear about this hype that this show had, or like some like something like that. So I'm like, okay, this might be like one of the more popular shows of the season. It probably is, but like all I hear about is like everyone's dropping it like a rock now. Like I'm pretty sure like half the people I know who watched it like at the very least drop it. So
yeah, because its writing is terrible.
It was also do you also remember? I also saw a tweet that was like there was this idol performance and it literally looked like it was green screen.
God.
And I'm like, how? I'm like, how do you do that?
I mean,
I
stopped watching in the episode.
It looks green screen. And it's animated, and it looks green screen.
I stopped watching in the episode where they tried to say that because New Girl had Old Girl's heart, they were pretty much the same.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, really not.
So looking at the MAL stats, of the 200,000 people who have it listed, only half that are watching, and about 10,000 of them have either dropped it or put it on hold.
I mean, on hold is like, that's fine, but like, let me see.
Many more of them have just straight up dropped it. Almost 8,000.
Let me go on Annulus and see where it's got. All right, you have the popularity of 46,394. It has a popularity of 46,394. Oh wait, no. Okay, only.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, not a lot of people drop it as much as I thought. Huh.
I think proportionally it has one of the higher drop rates.
Probably.
Again, the point is that I'm fairly sure the key visual showed the Sakuga that happened in episode 1. Because I'm fairly sure I remember being interested
PV?
because of that in the PV. Yeah, sorry, PV. I always mix up key visual and PV. And I'm sure that got people interested.
There was a tweet. There was like a really like viral tweet that showed that one scene. I'm like, oh shit, yeah. That's really good.
Yeah, no, that's what hooked me in the first place. And I was like, then I was actually watching the show. I was like, this is actually kind of boring.
Also, I mean, it should be glad that I. It should be glad that I. It should be glad that I finished episode 2, considering that it started episode 2 with a title drop. Fuck you for thinking that's clever, you bitch of a show.
Roll credits.
Roll credits. I was gonna say like that scene features the titular detective that's dead. So either it's a bunch of flashbacks or I don't know what they're doing.
They started three or 4 years before the main story. Spent 40 minutes on that time period and then moved on. As if that was enough to get us to care that this girl was dead and had her heart transplanted into another girl who's also not that interesting. Because she's mostly got the same personality as original girl.
Wait. So like, they really say that they're the same girl because she had a heart transplant? That makes no sense.
New girl acts very like old girl.
I think she is a bit better, but not by much.
And they say it is because she has old girl's heart, which is not the way organs work. The only way this would work is if it was a brain transplant.
Yeah, that's the only way that works.
You don't get characteristics from somebody else if you've got like their heart or their liver.
I've been tracking you know how I usually like track Annulus scores. It's been like dropping every week. It was at 71, then now 70, now 69, now it's at 68.
69? Nice.
Yeah. No, it's at a 68 now. It was at 69 last week.
And yet
it's dropping in a season that's already kind of like, Anyway.
Yeah. And just to, make clear how trash Mal is, it's got a 7.25 there. Meanwhile, D-side, D_side has a 5.72. Which is bullshit. D-side is not brilliant, but it deserves better than a 5.72. It's also only got like 2,000 people watching it.
There are a lot of things that deserve better.
Or at least 2,000 people who've scored it. Do you all have anything else to say about Detective Is Already Dead, or can I put that part of my life to bed?
The highest rated new shows of the season. I'm done. I have nothing else to say.
I mean, in terms of the highest rated new shows of the season on Mal, believe Vanitas is up there.
Pretty sure it's Vanitas and Remake.
Vanitas, Remake, and Sonny Boy are the top 3. And somehow in fourth, Uramichi Oniisan, 0.03 ahead of Aquatope, which I don't understand.
On Annulist, it's Vanitas. If you want to count, on Annulist, it's Vanitas, then Superstar. Although I don't know if we're counting Love Live Superstar or Obey Me.
How the fuck does Love Live have an 8? What the fuck?
Because it's Love Live. It's basically a sequel that's not a sequel. At this point, you're watching Love Live Superstar if you like Love Live. If you like the first couple seasons of Love Live.
Okay, anyways, let's move on. Let's move on before we get into this rabbit hole.
Yeah. What's next, Uramichi?
No.
Nope.
Uramichi is right
Next
at the
up
end. Up next
is
is
Dai.
Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai.
Oh, all right.
You go talk about this while I do the Nightbot.
That's still going? Oh, I didn't know.
It's going on and it's good.
I need to watch it.
It's fun. It's really high quality old school shonen.
Yeah.
Like currently they just had an epic fight between Dai and his arch nemesis after both had gotten like big upgrades, and it was basically a really intense Sakuga packed fight, and it was really nice to watch.
Okay.
But like no, they've made sure to make all of the enemies properly imposing and difficult to fight, but at the same time they've also had some fun moments where the heroes just utterly squash their opponents, because it wouldn't be balanced if the heroes didn't get to gank some mooks, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, basically all of the main cast members have gotten upgrades of some kind at this point, but Dai has gotten the biggest upgrade.
Oh, okay.
In that he's gotten a brand spanking new sword after the last one got shattered in battle with one of the demon army commanders. And this sword can't be broken, which is very neat.
Seems fair.
But yeah.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is a good show. I keep saying that, but it is true. If you like old school shonen, you enjoy this show. But that about does it for Dai without getting into spoilers.
Alright, spoiler
because I don't want
up.
to delve too deeply into that.
Fair enough.
I know, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. Besides, like, with a long-running show like this, you can never be too careful.
So, moving on to Duke of Death and his maid. Which I have obviously...
yes.
I haven't caught up to this, so...
Dropped a while ago. So, go ahead, Jack. This is
I remember you
yours
dropped
once
this
again.
one.
You've dropped this one, or I dropped
this one?
Oh
boy. You dropped it.
No, you
Yeah,
dropped it.
I definitely dropped it. I dropped it partway
and
through
I liked
episode 1.
This was one of those shows which... Yeah, this was one of those shows which wasn't on my radar because I was just going to read the manga and then I watched it for so I like it enough to watch more of it.
It's
I
fun.
just haven't gotten into it. It's nice.
Also, I just love this out of context screenshot of the titular Duke just talking to a bird. I know the bird's a wizard, but it's still funny, you know?
Yeah, the bird.
Bird.
Meanwhile, both of them are staring at the maid's tits. I just thought I should point that out.
I mean,
considering I noticed
she is actively flaunting. She is actively flaunting them.
I know. I'm just saying. That's what they're doing.
She is kind of actively drawing attention to it.
No, it's fine. I was just pointing out what they were doing at the time. And it's part of why I dropped the show.
Yeah, it's kind of awkward sometimes. At the same time, there are some nice, wholesome bits here and there. Like, at the end of the episode that the screenshot's taken from, the maid Alice has a nice bonding moment with the Duke's younger sister, which is really nice. But, yeah, the show can be pretty funny and kind of heartwarming sometimes, but if you don't enjoy the central gag, then you're probably not going to watch this. Not going to enjoy the show, which is unfortunate, but it do be like that sometimes.
How's the animation been? That was another factor for me dropping it.
It's been passable.
Because it very much
It
gave me...
hasn't been as egregiously bad as it was in episode 1.
Seems weird that that's the piece of animation you would put front and center.
There was nothing so egregious.
Feels weird that that's the piece of animation you would put front and center. The one where you have the... clearly have him trying to eat a cookie and not actually eating it.
Yeah, no, that was awkward.
I mean, not quite as obviously egregious as
fortunately,
as X-Arm, but not the highest bar once again.
There's nothing as egregious.
Again, we are always prepared. This is the beauty of X-Arm. It's just basic. It's like.
I mean, it's made it so
it really is the Jesus of anime. It just sacrifices itself. It's the Jesus of CG anime. It sacrifices itself to the old CG anime. It doesn't look as bad anymore.
I can't argue with that assessment, because when I was watching both D-Side and Nighthead, I was like, oh, it's better than X-Arm in all facets, so hey, I'm going to keep watching. That's the bar I'm working with right now, folks. That's the bar I'm working with. Moving on, Dungeon of Black Company has been dropped by all involved. So no Dungeon of Black Company. I'm sorry if you enjoy it, but nobody here enjoyed it. Fina Pirate Princess still has not aired.
Fina's not.
As I think August 14th.
Okay, the good news is when it airs, it'll air apparently it's gonna air 2 episodes at the same time when it starts airing next week. So
hooray!
It's still gonna be a while away.
But because the also good thing is because it's airing on Adult Swim, it's gonna have a dub pre-made, so I'll get to watch a dub again. I like watching dubs.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, we'll see if this is a good one. We'll see if it's a good one. It is, Crunchyroll, which means probably... Well, to be fair, because of the pandemic and, them working from home, they've obviously been... or it's been a lot easier to sort of mix and match Texas VAs and LA VAs, which is, really good. It's how it should have been in the first place. But it just means that there's that much more of a voice act pool, and it's improving the dubs on both streaming services, which is always good. But unfortunately, we can't talk about that just yet. Beyond, we are all very excited for it. So we will move on to Girlfriend Squared.
Sounds like one of the Wait, I was gonna say, sounds like one of those good Crunchyroll original. It sounds like it could be a good Crunchyroll original show, which is pretty rare. I mean, pretty rare. Speaking of, one last thing. Apparently they're finally gonna release High Guardian Spice.
Yeah, High Guardian Spice. High Guardian
Yeah.
Spice lives magically. It lives. But anyway, Girlfriend Squared.
Everyone's gonna hate it. I'm like, you already have it finished. You might as well release it, but that's something else. That's another thing.
Anyway.
Girlfriend. This is kind of dumb trash, but I'm still somehow inexplicably enjoying it well enough to not drop it.
Always love when that's the bar for a show.
Yeah.
Basically, though, I do think that the dynamic between the two main girls is really neat. Partially because I am pretty sure that Saki is a bisexual girl in denial about her attraction to another woman.
So do we have an actual love triangle and not a love corner?
Well, it's technically supposed to be a polyamorous relationship, and Saki has repeatedly expressed attraction towards Nagisa, like multiple times, saying she's cute and hot and all that. So I am like 50% sure that she's bi.
Saki. She likes Saki, and she likes. Apparently, she also likes Naoya. I haven't watched past the first episode, but like she likes Saki. I mean, Saki likes Nagisa. She also likes Naoya, but like, she doesn't like the idea of she doesn't like this whole idea of like a non-monogamous relationship. So,
yeah, she's the least on board of the three of the whole hey, let's do a three-way relationship thing.
Yeah. I know, and then there's like apparently there's also there's Miracle.
Oh god, she's so annoying.
Yeah. I haven't gotten up to her, but like I hear like conflicting opinions about her. I hear she's good, I hear she's not good. So.
I think she's pretty annoying at this point.
Okay. All right.
Like if she gets better later on, that's nice, but at this point, she is still quite annoying. Anyways, yeah, this is probably my trash of the season. I might have one or two other shows that are trash here that I enjoy more, but this is the trash that will not fall off my list for some inexplicable reason. Anyways,
it's always nice when you have one of those shows.
Yeah, it's always nice.
yeah.
I'm sure we'll both end up watching our trash shows to the end of the season, and even in the wrap up, we'll be like, "How the fuck did we finish these?"
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We all have a show like that.
But
But
moving on to how a realist hero rebuilt the kingdom.
aka the first isekai we're actually covering this time.
Well, yeah, the first actual
Alright.
one is Dungeon of Black Company, and it was apparently terrible.
No, there's also Cheat Pharmacist, which we
Oh yeah, which is also
has
terrible.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So much
This one's
isekai.
actually good, and it's gotten better as it's gone on, I think.
Okay. Oh, all right.
Right here we have the two protagonists making a Twitch stream like us. I mean, broadcasting a message to the country.
Hmm.
But no, this I really like the world building and politicking in this one because it's a lot more. It delves a lot more into those processes than like 90% of other isekais do. 99%. But part of what makes this so fascinating is that Soma, the protagonist, is not like the stereotypical isekai powerhouse protagonist who solves all his problems by just beating up his opponents. Because Soma is a fucking weakling who has a weak ass superpower. But what makes him good is his intelligence and his ability to intuit things. And that's what makes him valuable and an excellent bureaucrat and delegator, which is what the country needs in its time of crisis. So it's really interesting to see him develop relationships with the other characters. Another thing I do like about this is that it doesn't like have the cast be just solely the protagonist and the female characters who are obviously going to be the harem. Because this actually has female supporting characters who aren't in love with him and don't show any interest in him whatsoever, and B, it has a decently sized male supporting cast, which is also a positive. I mean, there is also discussion of harems and stuff here, but that's part of the world just having different values than our world.
Mm-hmm.
Because apparently both polyandry and polygyny are legal in this setting.
Cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. But anyways,
not enough to get me to watch an isekai, but cool.
No, I don't expect it to be. Most recent episode had some interesting developments that I'm sure will be fun to see play out a little bit more later on down the line. But regardless, I think it's time to move on to the most totally bizarre show of the season.
The Idaten Deities know only peace.
I mean, the title makes sense. The title definitely makes sense.
So can we just agree that regardless of the fact that there are several really good OPs this season, this has the best.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. This
Oh yeah.
this OP is a fucking banger.
It really is.
And the visuals are just so weird and out there.
So delightfully trippy.
Yeah.
I also love I must also say that Rin is the best character in the show.
I mean, oh, she's just
She
murdered
fucking
so many
one
people.
shots that.
She one shots two
the
of these
grandma.
demons. I mean, that's the thing. There is an element of, oh hey, or it's, you know, the typical story of this series would be, oh hey, the demons challenge the Idaten throughout the show. No, Rin has basically made clear that none of these demons can step up to her at all. Not a single
Like
one
they
of
literally
them.
send out one of their strongest fighters against her, and she just effortlessly kills him.
And when I think either the next strongest or the absolute strongest hears this and goes, I don't think I'll be taking this fight.
No.
I think I'll
Like
back
Rin
out of
is
this one.
easily the strongest character in the show.
Oh, and the issue is those poor bastards thought that Prontair was going to be any easier of a fight.
No, he's not. Like they set up 3 matchups for the next upcoming episode, and Frontea is in one of them, and he is going to fucking effortlessly wipe his opponent. I don't even question that.
I mean, the thing is, Prontair, it's probably going to last longer than Rein's fight with the little girl demon, but if only because Prontair is more likely to, like, experiment with his
Frontea's
powers.
gonna fuck around a little bit before. Frontea's gonna fuck around a little bit, but
I mean, if
he's still gonna win easily.
Yeah, if Hayato figures out what Prontair is trying to tell him, like about his hits, his fight is going to be a fucking curb stomp as well.
The only Idaten who might have trouble is Easley.
And I still say, based on the ED, they're going to end up talking and getting on. We also have no idea what Easley actually wants from this whole deal.
Yeah, we do know that at least he's shrewd enough to be like, hey, maybe going nuclear on the enemy nation with demons is a bad idea because we might not know if we got them all.
Well, no, the issue is he's a very smart person, but that also means that he hides his thoughts, so we don't actually know what exact side he is on.
True. We do get the idea that he is probably at least somewhat anti-demon, but beyond that, we know very little about what his full agenda is.
Yeah, we just do not know enough about him. I mean, prior to Frontier's actual introduction in, I believe, episode 4.
Episode 4.
Like the speculation was that Prontair would be the overall villain, and the demons and Idaten would have to work together against him. But based on episode 4, I don't think that's likely. He seems far too scared shitless of Rein to try that.
Yeah.
To try anything.
Rein is kind of terrifying.
Like,
to be fair,
the reason he's away from Rein is not because he's, wants space to plot. It's because he's too terrified to go back.
I mean, he's also the only Idaten who's actually completed his training under her.
Which probably explains why
it took him 120 years.
Which probably explains why he's scared shitless.
Yeah. Another thing to put in perspective is that Prontea is the second oldest Idaten after Rein, and he's 200. She's 4 times older than him.
Yeah.
She's 4 times his age.
Yeah.
She is ridiculously strong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. She hasn't been training for that entire 800 years. The implication is that for at least, I think half of that, she was basically in a depression.
No, not half of it. I think it was like the first few decades. And then she started training.
I think it was longer than that. I think it was at least 100. 100 or 200 years.
We don't get an exact time scale.
I think we
All
are,
we
but
know
I
is
just
that
don't remember it. Either way, she's super fucking strong.
Yeah, no. Like we said, she like the moment she busts out a sword against the demon she's fighting, she wins.
Yeah.
Like she's just straight up decapitates the demon, and the demon's like, wait, why can't I move my body? Why can't I move my body?
Yeah.
Because you are already dead.
Poor Nickel. Oh, and the other thing is the reveal that Ubami, the robot doctor, has been telling these demons that he's some sort of demon god. He is not. He is just a robot man.
Well, no, I believe the implication is that he used to be a demon, but now he has roboticized himself.
Either way, he's not a god.
Yeah, no.
He has no
He is
real
surprisingly
authority over
clever,
these people.
He is surprisingly intelligent, though.
Mm.
Like he instantly comes on to the fact that to the location of where Easley and the other Idaten go when they separate from Reen.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to hear a fun fact, by the way?
Go on.
What?
Episode 3, the episode where Nickel fights Reen, that's apparently an entire volume adapted into one episode.
Wow.
Oh.
Interesting.
Or at least, like, the majority of the volume adapted into an episode, which is impressive. Because it did not feel like that.
No, it didn't. I do have another poke at the elephant in the room regarding Idaten Deities.
Oh boy.
Even knowing that that Easley and I think Paula's talk in episode 2 was supposed to be happening over the rape scene at the end of episode 1. Still don't think it's necessary.
No. It would fit a lot better in that context, but it's still not great, and it still does not need to be added.
It just doesn't need to be done. It really doesn't. We also haven't seen that nun at all since then.
Yeah, no. I have looked up mild spoilers, and I have heard that she does come back in some capacity, but I'm getting conflicting messages as to what capacity that is.
Yeah.
So they might.
If you don't bring her back at all, then it's just like a big Goblin Slayer mode, even though it's not as bad, since it wasn't like.
No, like she has an actual name on the Mal sheet, which would not be given to like a throwaway character.
Yeah.
Who isn't named once they appear in.
What I mean by a Goblin Slayer is just like you had this rape scene just to like set the tone, but then you just like this, like I know you had like this tone to set the tone, even though, and then like you just don't really do anything with that afterwards. So like, like you kind of like, if you're going to have like that kind of content, at least do something with like the character afterwards, because I have to say, because otherwise, why would you put it there? Why even risk the backlash? You know.
From what I've heard, that she does come back in some capacity, and I think there's something about her meeting up with the Idaten at some point, which could be interesting.
Yeah, that could be interesting.
Like, if she does wind up meeting with the Idaten, that has a lot of potential to explore themes of, hey, these gods who you worshipped and prayed to, they did not come to save you because they don't care.
Yeah, they don't care. They're kind of dicks. They just let you suffer. It's like, yeah, that's interesting. That would be interesting. Yeah. I don't know if we'll see it this season, but it kind of sucks that we're still talking about it because it was a very good show. Like, it's a good show.
Yeah, like, other than that, it's a good show.
It is a very good show.
It's a really entertaining show.
Yeah, it's great. It's actually still great. Fun characters too.
I mean, I'm loving the I'm loving the voice acting from the likes of Megumi Ogata, Romy Park, Yui Horie. Seto Asami is in this.
Okay, cool.
Maria Issei is also in this.
This just has a really good cast. Like, this has a fucking stacked ass cast.
I remember that
Okay.
I was looking at Prontea's voice actor earlier today. It is Akira Ishida, who voiced, I believe, Hyoga in Doctor Stone.
Yeah.
Fucking
Conte.
hell.
That's the main one that I remember.
Yeah, no, like, this is one of the most loaded casts I've seen in a while. Especially since they got Romy Park to voice the Hayato.
Yeah, Romy Park doesn't show up that much anymore, and it is always lovely to see her. Or hear her, as the case is.
Yeah, no, it's great.
Oh, she voiced she voiced Elric.
He voiced Ed Elric, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, she's also Hange from Attack on Titan. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, moving on to
The
the
great
latest
the great
show
Jahy
on
will
this list.
the great Jahy will not be defeated.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was going to
haven't
watch
seen
that.
the second episode of this one yet, but the first episode.
Yeah, I was going to watch this, and then I heard
can't hear
people
you.
talk about it, and
You
thought,
roboted.
oh, did I? Ah.
Yeah. You're good now.
You did.
Well, I heard people talk about this, and then decided I didn't want to watch it. Based on
What did you hear
people
people
were
say
saying.
about it?
The humor is mean spirited.
Yes, that would be what I heard. I don't care for mean-spirited humour to the point where it's actually ruined the Guardians of the Galaxy films for me.
I can kind of see that. Yeah, I haven't seen the second episode, so I don't know if it gets better or not, but the first episode does have quite a bit of mean-spirited humor to it, which is unfortunate because, it has a premise
It's weird
to it.
because, honestly, because I'm betting you're talking about you're talking about the landlord. That was when the show actually got funny for me. Even though I do recognize it is kind of mean spirited, but it's like, I don't know, maybe they just worked off each other. It doesn't help that she's actively trying to not pay rent. She's actually trying to get out of her. It helps that she's actively trying to come up with ways to get out of her paying rent. So it kind of makes sense why why the rent would be paid. It was cute. I mean, the whole I was saying the first, because I actually watched the first episode. The whole episode was kind of cute, I guess. I mean, there was the whole thing with Jahy and Tensho and stuff. I thought it'd be better animated than it was, to be quite honest, because it seemed like
This is going to be a 2-core series, which is
2
weird.
core. It's 20 episodes, which feels like, okay, this is just gonna end in the fall. We're gonna air this late summer, and we're gonna end this in the fall.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess it's technically 2 core. To Your Eternity, 20 episodes. Everyone's 21 episodes, so it's 2 core. But yeah, it was okay. Very, very much Gabriel. It's very Gabriel very much gives you Gabriel Dropout vibes. Although I'd say it's a mix between Gabriel Dropout and Devil's a Part-Timer. So
Devil is a Part-Timer was definitely the comparison I heard most.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
I mean, it has a similar base premise.
I bring up Gabriel Dropout because it has, not only does it have a similar premise, but the actor for Jai, Naomi Ozura, is also Satania, who was the standout character from that show.
Mm-hmm.
He's also Zaki, but that's neat. So I mean, it's alright. Not, I'll stick around. I mean, I hope it. Thing is, with Gabriel Drop, I dropped it after 6 episodes, so it didn't really get. It was fine for a bit, and then it didn't really get better. So, and that was back in 2017 when I didn't watch all that much, when I didn't watch as much anime and stuff like that. So, maybe if it could like change things up and like, maybe if it can like change things up with new characters or things like gets funnier for me, then I'll watch more of it. It's fine.
Mm.
That's probably a good
Cue to move on.
moment to leave off on, to move on to the other latecomer. Yeah.
No, actually, changed up the order.
What's the other late bloomer?
Kageki Shoujo is up next. Because I've only seen people call it Kageki Shoujo,
yeah.
so just decided to move it up this time.
Yeah.
So
I'm confused with. Okay. Yeah.
So before we,
yeah, I've literally not seen called anything besides Kageki Shoujo.
Yeah. It's also, the English for it is Opera Girl, but yeah, I've not seen it called that, so we'll stick with Kageki Shoujo for now.
Yeah, we'll just
so
that is a beautiful screenshot.
Yeah, I even though I wanted to, I've got another one which I will switch to partway through, but when I saw this, I couldn't not use it. But before we get into the meat of the show, content warnings, because
from what I hear, it's a lot more like, from what I hear, like you go in expecting like something like Review Starlight, because how it's called Kageki Shoujo, Review Starlight, it's called Shoujo Kageki, and then like from what I hear, it's a lot more like Stars Align, which it just deals with a bunch of like really.
So part of
so let me just
part
get through.
Of it is dealing with a dark.
Let me just get through the content warnings first. So
okay, yeah.
Content warnings for sexual assault and eating disorders, I believe, are the two big ones.
Yeah, they had it.
Those are two big ones, but there's also negligent parenting and stalking would also.
You could just peep the ANN reviews because they should have.
Yeah. But regardless, this show is very good, but it does not shy away from the darker aspects of the entertainment industry.
Not at all. So the first 3 episodes, well, first 4 episodes, sorry, are very much covering Ai's arc. And oh fucking boy, I think it was, what episode was it? Episode 3 or 4?
Episode 3.
Episode 3, where you go into or get the flashback for Ai. Like at one point, I literally paused it and went, "Oh fuck."
Yeah. Her mom's boyfriend is a piece of shit.
Her mom's boyfriend is a paedophile.
Yeah,
let's get that out of the way right now. He is a paedophile.
Oh.
Like, the moment he enters the frame, it's like, oh, I do not like this guy's vibes. This guy's vibes are rancid. And you are quickly vindicated, 3 minutes later.
Is it Taichi? Is it or
no. Taichi is good. Taichi is very good.
Taichi's her uncle. Yeah.
In this house, we stand Taichi. We do not accept any shits thrown at Taichi. He did the best he could.
Okay. So who are we talking about? Mama Rondo or?
No, we're talking about
he's not in the cast list.
Boyfriend.
He's not in the cast list as far as I can tell. No, he's not in the cast list.
Yeah, no, he only shows up in the one episode in a few very short scenes, but
I believe
he is very effective at being etchy and very just gross and disturbing.
Like, seriously, no sane person would leave their child alone with him. Like,
yeah, no, like I said, rancid vibes.
Yeah. I think when she announced that she was leaving, when the mum was announced that she was leaving Ai to this guy, I think that was when I whispered, "Fuck." Not to mention that flashback opened on Ai at a funeral, and these ladies or one of them said, "I can hardly tell if you're real or just a doll." What the fuck kind of thing is that to say to a little girl at a funeral? Like, Jesus. And I think at one point
That's a
when
fucked up thing to say. Is what it is.
I think at one point
But
when
yeah.
I tried to like tell her mum, like her mum just said back, "This happens to girls all the time." It's like, that doesn't make it okay. Like, no.
Yeah. No. Also, I think there's some light slut shaming in there because everyone is questioning who Ai's father is
Yeah.
and giving disapproving looks towards her mother about it,
Yeah.
which is not great.
No, not at all great. Not at all great. I'd feel, I'd feel bad for the mom if she wasn't horrible.
Yeah,
In
she is kind of extremely negligent and trusted the exact wrong person to look after her daughter,
Thankfully, Taichi
which
is
is
yeah, but thankfully Taichi is great. Put a lock on Ai's door and provided a place for her to stay when needed.
and also basically did his damnedest to get her to boarding school when
Yeah,
she wanted to do that.
yeah.
So good
Taichi's
on him
great.
for that.
Taichi's great. The other person who was
Taichi's a
great.
supportive uncle.
The other person who was great, Sarasa.
Sarasa is a lovely beanpole of a young lady, and I love her dearly.
What I will say is not lovely. Is the way the Stalker was created.
That one is a bit awkward. Like on the one
Like,
hand, I can kind of see
he
what
has
they were going for in that he had the best intentions, but at the same time, his behavior unintentionally hurt Ai, and he
and
does at least try to own up to that a little bit. But at the same
yeah.
time, like
To be fair,
there were
the
a number of
narrative.
different ways it have been handled.
Oh, I'll just. Well, actually, we'll because we're still talking about the Stalker. We can keep this screenshot up, but the narrative does, to an extent, treat him as being in the wrong for doing this. To be fair,
Yeah,
um,
they do treat him as being well intentioned, but at the same time, he is harming Ai's mental health by doing
yeah,
what he's doing, and he is treated wrong for doing so.
yeah. Also, fuck the second year who took a picture of Sarasa talking to the Stalker and tried to play it off as Sarasa meeting a boy.
Yeah, no, she's a bitch.
Especially considering we learn later on that Sarasa has a boyfriend. Which I don't
Yeah,
think any of
no,
us expected, really.
no, we didn't.
Like,
But at
that
the same time, it's
genuinely
kind
came
of
out of
fitting.
nowhere.
It came out of nowhere, but at the same time, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Mm-hmm.
she is a perky sweetheart, so it
Yeah.
makes sense that she would be quick to just bond with people in general. Actually,
Yeah. But yeah, so we get the resolution to that, and it is shown that Ai is, healing and is getting better,
yeah.
which is always nice to see, with the help of Sarasa, who is, as we've said,
I I
great.
I, I love her developing friendship with Sarasa, especially her struggling to call her by
Oh,
her
that's
first
so
name.
hilarious. That goes over 2 episodes of just Ai trying to call Sarasa by her first name and failing. Like, starting Sarah Watanabe-san. Meanwhile, from about minute 1, as soon as Sarasa learned Ai's name, Sarasa has been calling her Ai-chan.
Like I said, Sarasa is the very perky, friendly kind who would instantly bond with anyone.
Yeah. But she does also have a serious side to her when it comes to something like theater. Like, it's one of those things where I love where the goofball protagonist shows their serious side for the first time, and everyone watching is like, "Wait, what the fuck? This isn't allowed. What?"
Yeah, yeah, that's a fun trope.
Like she watches a performance of Romeo and Juliet, and then immediately perfectly performs the lines, and like does it perfectly. Like everyone is like, "Wait, what? What?" The bad thing about I believe, did it start in episode 3 or episode 4?
If you're talking about the eating disorder stuff, that starts
Yamada
in
or
episode
Ayako.
4.
Episode 4, yeah, episode 4.
Episode 4 is where it starts proper. Like, I think it gets hinted at in episode 2 or 3, but it really kicks off in episode 4, and it's the focus of episode 5.
Yeah, so again, as I said, content warning for eating disorders. Just give it a few seconds for anyone who wants to mute. But Ayako is basically told by a teacher that she is too fat when she is anything but fat. Let's be real, she is not.
Wait, who?
She's not anything but skinny.
Wait, what's her name?
Ayako.
Honestly, she's probably barely even plus sized, if at all.
But
she doesn't look all that. She doesn't look.
No,
this is one of those things where like you think they need to be skinnier enough, and like people get like really angry.
Well, here's the thing: the teacher justifies it by saying that if Ayako becomes an actor in the Koka troupe, then she'll be told stuff like that and worse on a daily basis, which doesn't make it okay. Fuck you.
Doesn't make it okay.
She's a first year.
Slavery was legal. Slavery was legal at one point. That doesn't mean it's okay.
She is She is a teenage girl. You do not get to call her fat. But thankfully,
the other teacher has the right of it by standing up for her and saying like, "You shouldn't be insulting her, and she needs help."
Seeing teacher is a good dude. Seeing teacher is a very good dude.
I legitimately teared up at his talk with Yamada.
Yeah,
it was a very.
No, very, very good scene. Very good scene. And the only issue is, of course, that the teacher who's started all this gets no visible repercussions.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is unfortunately reality.
It is. That is. I'm sure that anyone who has been in this sort of industry
anyone
will
in
say
anyone in any entertainment industry knows that that's a reality.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just take a look everywhere.
But I mean, what's also really nice is just getting to see, at the very least, most of the girls getting closer and becoming friends. Like, obviously, as we've said, Idaten Deities has the best OP just by virtue of it having a banger of a song and having insane and good visuals.
Insanely, yeah.
But Kageki Shoujo has a really good OP as well. And I really love the...
I like the OP, but I actually like the ED better.
The ED is also very good, but the OP... The reason why I love the OP is just that sequence where Sarasa is just skipping along and interacts with all the other main girls. They're not all the other girls in her class, because they have a lot of seat fillers that I'm sure will leave the course eventually.
Yeah. There's only, like, what? 8, 9, 10 main girls?
Not even that in their year. There's Sarasa, there's Ayako, there is Sawa, there is Kaoru, and there are the 2 twins. That's 7, I think.
7. Yeah, that's right.
6 or 7, like that is it. But
yeah, that tracks for the main girls anyways.
We also have the second years, and I did quite like the bait and switch they did, where we thought that Eyes would be nice and Saras's would be a hard ass, but it's actually the other way around. Saras's is adorably like ends up being adorably nice to Sarasa. Meanwhile, Eyes is a backstabbing bitch. Let's be real.
Yeah, no. What was her name? Hijiri or something?
Yeah, Hijiri, voiced by Kana Hanazawa.
Oh,
Oh,
nice.
nice.
Um, but yeah, so she's been acting as one of the villains throughout, which is always interesting. Um,
Yeah.
Episode 6, which did air today. So spoiler warning now. We'll give you a few seconds to mute while we talk about this,
This
because I do
show is
want to talk about
halfway
this.
done.
Yeah, the show
This
the
show
show
is
is just
halfway
about halfway done.
done.
13 episodes long. We've just hit episode 6, which really speaks to the spread out nature of this fucking season.
Yeah.
But it was really, so I think we waited long enough. Episode 6 was very interesting. You have watched it, haven't you, Jack?
I have.
Good. Okay, I didn't want to spoil it for you. Because the girls complain to the I believe he's just the straight acting teacher, Ando,
Yep.
voiced by Junichi
Ando,
Sawabe.
yes. Oh, nice.
They complain that they're just being taught theory, basically, and he basically monkey's paws them by giving them what they wanted, a practical exercise, but then giving them no instruction for it. By basically giving them 2 weeks to practice a scene from Romeo and Juliet and then to perform it. And we once again get to see Saris' special skill, which is if she sees a performance of a role,
she can imitate it damn near perfectly.
Yeah, she can imitate it damn near perfectly. The issue is that that's not actually a good thing. Which is really interesting because like she performs perfectly, but the issue is she is just an imitation of another actor.
Yeah, I was gonna say she's probably just copying it instead of really
instead
putting
of making
her
the role her own thing. Now, frankly,
she's not infusing her own voice into it.
Yeah. Now, frankly, she's it's still a good skill to have because obviously she can learn the performance quickly and then put her own spin on it. But she hasn't learned to do that yet because obviously she hasn't been taught much acting yet.
Yep.
But again, it's just a really interesting thing, and that is how episode 6 ends, with Ando saying that you'll never become a top star if you don't change. Top star.
Yep.
Wakarimasu. I'm sorry, it just runs through my head anytime they say top star. I mean, let's be real. Fucking Kaoru is 100% the Claudine.
Yeah.
100%. You've got fucking Sawa as the fucking Maya as well.
Yeah. No, those two have a fun dynamic. It's not focused on too much, but they have a really neat dynamic.
Yeah. And poor Ayako in the same fucking room as them. Really, really, really pinning down the fact that there are only 7 characters we really need to care about in that class. Because instead of just putting Ayako in her own room, they shoved her in with Sawa and Kaoru to just make sure that these are the characters we care about. We're not adding another character to care about that's rooming with Ayako.
Yeah.
I think that is about all we can say about Kageki Shoujo. I'm really enjoying this. This has ended up being one of my favorites of the season so far.
Same here.
And
it's really good stuff.
I didn't expect that at the start of the season, but it's really been good.
You did it?
No, not before I started watching it. No, I didn't. I was watching it because it was vaguely similar to Starlight. I thought I'd have fun poking fun at the similarities, but no, it's actually being a really good show in its own right.
Well, hey, on the bright side, now
pretty wild.
On the bright side, now you can torture Tofu and just.
I mean, I keep
Kageki Shoujo.
I keep mentioning that Kaoru is the fucking Claudine, poking Tofu with that. But...
you mentioned that Kageki Shoujo's the better show.
Oh, that's going to be starting a fucking war that I'm not prepared for right now, especially when the show hasn't ended yet.
Finally, we can fight back against the cult.
But
Alright.
moving on
That was fun.
to, as Jack said, the other late starter of this season, Magia Record Season 2.
Alright, that's funny.
I have not watched the second episode of this yet, but first episode was fucking good.
I mean, I watched the
I hear
Sakuga.
it was good. I hear the first episode was really good.
I watched the Sakuga sequence that was just before or just after this screenshot. It was really fucking good. So.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, it was well animated. I don't plan on watching this spinoff until. Okay, well, at this point, I'm waiting for a movie 4 to come out so that I can just rewatch Madoka again. Because I watched Madoka when they announced movie 4, but then I never got to the movie, and then I'm like, you know what? I'll just wait till movie 4 comes out, and then I'll just rewatch Madoka, and then finally watch the movie, and then watch this to prepare myself for it. So yeah, that's where I'm at. So I hear it's good. I hear it's pretty alright. The side story.
Again, my issue with Magia Record was never with the show itself. It's just the fact that I haven't watched Madoka, so I don't really know or care what's happening.
You should watch Madoka. It's an interesting show.
I have a lot on my catch-up list, though I have managed to at least make some progress on it by binging Run with the Wind.
Yeah, I need to again. Okay.
Only the second time I've watched that, so don't try and say again.
And meanwhile, I still need to watch like the shows that you guys are bitching for me to watch about. Anyway. So yeah, Magia Record.
Really, not a lot to say about this so far, since this is
single episode. This episode also contains really all.
Well,
Jack
not to mention also, there's also a lot of spoilers in this episode for the original Madoka Magica, and I kind of want you to go in fresh mill, or as fresh as you can.
As fresh as I can, already knowing that it's A, by Gen Urobuchi, and B, that means pain.
Yes, but still, I would recommend you go in as fresh as you can.
Does it have puppets? Puppets make Gen Urobuchi's work better.
It's worth watching.
Wait, the side stories aren't written by Gen Urobuchi. Are you talking about the main story?
Yeah, I'm talking about OG Madoka.
Mm.
Gen Urobuchi has not contributed to Magia Record, to my knowledge. The only mobile game story he has contributed to my knowledge, is Fate Grand Order.
Contributed to that? I thought he just did Fate Zero, and then just
he wrote the Fate Zero light novels, and then wrote the anime adaptation, and he wrote the event in FGO adapting that, and then he wrote another storyline or two afterwards in FGO.
And then he became obsessed. And then he became obsessed with Taiwanese puppets.
No,
he actually wrote one of the storylines in FGO after that. After starting Taiwanese puppets.
I wonder how long ago that was. Cause like we always make the same joke about he's been consuming puppets, but
it was a little over 2 years ago. A little over 2 years ago that he wrote that Fate story. Or at least a little over 2 years ago that it was released, like 2.5 years ago.
Okay.
But regardless, this does not have Gen Urobuchi's involvement in it, but it's still pretty good, and the fucking Sakuga scene, about 2/3 of the way into the episode, is fucking gorgeous.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
No, it definitely was. Definitely was.
But yeah, no, it's really hard to go wrong with this. Especially if you're a fan of the first season of Magia Record. I've heard that episode 2 does diverge a little bit from the source material, but I haven't watched it yet, and I am not familiar enough with the source material to really comment on it. But regardless, this looks good, and
my last point would be that I believe I have a figure of the other character in this scene. I think I do. Looked familiar.
Which one?
Pink one. Pink one.
Ah, Monica.
I think I have a figure of her.
The title character.
As I said, it looked familiar, so I think I do. I don't put it up because I've not watched Monica, so I don't really care about putting my limited spell or using my limited shelf space on her when I can use it on my army of Dekus.
Regardless,
I have six Deku figures of varying sizes.
Magia record isn't quite as strong as OG Monica, but still really interesting show. And this season premiere was quite good.
Mm.
And it mostly featured characters from OG Monica, actually. There was very
Mm.
little from the characters of Magia record themselves. It
Well,
was
I
mostly,
mean, I think we've obliquely revealed that Madoka appears in this episode.
yeah. But this episode is mostly focused on Monica and two of the other main cast members
Mm.
from OG Monica, while touching on events of the first season oblique to here and there.
Mm.
This is still really good. This is good stuff.
Mm-hmm. But moving on to another sequel, this one is even more hyped up. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid Season 2.
Yes. Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Again,
With
like I don't watch.
Flashback of two dragons fighting.
Yeah, I don't watch the show. I don't really care about the show. I'm just glad that KyoAni is recovered.
As am I.
Oh really?
As we all should be, really.
I really love it. I really love the first season. I just haven't like gotten. I just want to probably just binge season 2, but anyway.
I binged season 1 ahead of this, and I'm glad that I did because this is really good stuff, and I'm glad to see. I think we've said this before, but to reiterate, this is Kyoto Animation's first animated series since the fire 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, one of the victims of the fire was the director of the first season of Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
Mm-hmm.
He still did some work on it, but before that, because obviously the animation takes years and all that, and you can see it, but yeah.
But in terms of the actual stuff, what's happening in terms of like I don't know, plot? Does Kobayashi have plot, or is it just fluff?
It kind of does. There's a lot of slice of life stuff in here, but there is some plot progression, like the introduction and I guess redemption arc for Ilulu, who is the latest character with a controversial character design.
Well, I mean, I feel like I can sum up. I feel like I can sum up a lot of the character designs in Dragon Maid by saying, or by describing them as boobs, lollies, and boob lollies.
Yeah, I think short stack is a catchier term for it. But
I
yeah, that's
still
what
prefer boob lollies.
I think short stack is catchier. Personally.
It's catchier, but it just doesn't emphasize the fact that they are a lolly with giant boobs.
Yeah, she's supposed to be an older teenager.
That's like what we said about Uzaki, and it still didn't measure up in my mind.
Okay, but Uzaki's annoying.
Can you say that the character?
A lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people like when you say the main character is annoying in the show, then yeah. I'm not saying Uzaki's a good show, but I'm just saying that I don't know.
And again, I'm not shitting on Dragon Maid. I've not watched it. It's not my thing, but more power to the people who do enjoy it.
I'm enjoying it quite a bit, honestly.
Yeah,
I do like that the most past few episodes have done a little bit to flesh out more of the supporting cast. Like Lukoa, surprisingly enough, got some interesting scenes here and there an episode or two ago, and Elma also got some really fun scenes. The most recent episode actually fleshed out her backstory with Toru, which was really nice.
That sounds oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what the screenshot's from. It's from them fighting as dragons.
Oh, yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, I need it. Man,
Just watch the show.
Yeah.
No,
also,
it's not
Alma.
that. No, it's not that. It's just that, like, I kind of. It's like I kind of want to see more of this animated, but I don't know if we will. But I have to like appreciate what we have because I don't know if we're gonna see. I don't know if we'll ever see more Kobayashi animated ever again. So.
I think if they were
It's
able to
kinda-
get this out, they'll be able to do a season 3 if they want to.
Yeah, but it really depends. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
I mean,
really like
I'm
this
still
show.
crossing my fingers for more Surene. Unlikely to happen. I think they covered all of the light novels, but you know, I can hope.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, if you like season 1 of Dragon Maid, you'll like season 2 of Dragon Maid.
Yeah, I think
It's
that's
very good.
Dragon Maid.
I think that's
Dragon Maid.
about.
Dragon Maid good.
Yeah, I think that's
Dragon
about
Maid good.
the summation of the Dragon Maid situation. So moving on.
It's one of the most highly rated and one of the most popular shows of the season. So yeah. Anyway,
I mean, of
moving
course
on.
it
What's
would
next?
be.
Third sequel in a row.
But yeah, we have 4 sequels in a row right in the middle, which is My Hero Academia season 5. That's right, Tododeku stands. I put the crumbs in there as the screenshot. Fuck you guys.
I don't see the screenshot. Oh, there it is.
Yes.
Like I was just thinking. I was just thinking in my or I was catching up today because I fell massively behind again on My Hero, so I just keep binging it in like 5 or 6 episode leaps. But I was just thinking, I wonder what I should use for the screenshot. And then I remembered that this scene happened and went, yeah, I know what I'm gonna pick. The dub hasn't even gotten to this episode, so I just went and got the sub
I'm
from
happy
Crunchyroll.
that like there's no new episodes, so we don't like. There's no new episode. Although the next episode preview has me.
Are we going to talk about the elephant in the room for My Hero?
What, the changing of the arc order?
Well, the fact that we have only so many episodes left and we have still not gotten to that arc.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can cover it in 6 or 7 episodes or not. They'd have to have it fairly fast paced.
To be fair,
it is an action-focused arc.
There is
though.
a lot of action,
the thing...
so I think they would be able to do it.
Here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it, though. Like, have you seen the next episode preview?
No.
Yeah, it's gonna be the stuff with Aizawa and President Mike.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what they're doing. I mean, I'm like.
I think what they are aiming for is to end the season with a big climactic battle. Yeah. Because the winter internship arc is not exactly climactic.
Yeah.
No,
it's
more
focused on Endeavor was.
Yeah, again,
it's very somber.
It's more of My Hero like kneecapping their attempts to redeem Endeavor by continuing to show his abuse. And reminding people that, hey, he's not a good dude.
I don't really think that he was trying to redeem him. Like,
this show did a good job of showing, like, his atonement is, like, it actually kind of works, at least, in that he recognizes that he cannot try to atone for his actions and live with his family at the same time.
Yeah,
he has to separate himself from them for them to heal.
Yeah,
from what he did to them.
Yeah.
Well, I know.
I think another important.
I know I'm making jokes, but like I do think that the Endeavor redemption arc, that started several arcs ago, has been handled relatively well. In that, nobody. Well. They show the sort of gamut of responses because you've got Fuyumi's, easy forgiveness. We've also got Natsuo's just distinct
refusal to forgive.
Yeah, distinct refusal, and then you've got Shoto in the middle, you know, partially
Like wants
wanting
to
to
see
forgive him,
what
but
where
partially
yeah,
not.
he wants to
Because
see where how he handles it.
yeah, but
Yeah.
because as Izuku noted, to the delight of Totodeko stands, Shoto is kind, and that's why he's getting ready to forgive Endeavor. Oh,
Yeah.
Totodeko the Totodeko fandom had a fucking riot with this arc, really did.
Although that's not the thing I really want to talk about. The thing I really want to talk about. Well, I was gonna say that one thing that always gets me is that like everyone says that it's like a pet peeve of mine about like this type of thing is that everyone says it's like everyone mentions refers to this as in an everyone refers to this as an Endeavor redemption arc when I see it more as an atonement arc. Like they're two
That's
different
what it
things.
is. That's what it is.
No. Everyone refers to it as a redemption, but it's like no. But it's like part of the. I think part of like Endeavor's development is like, God damn, I fucked up. I can't. Things will never really go back to normal. I can only like try and like atone for what I've done. So like I can't like if Endeavor was redeemed, he'd still be living with his family and like forgiven for all his actions. But like that's not what happens. Like he has to move away from his family so that his family can heal. If he really cares about his family, he moves away from them because like his mere presence obviously doesn't help. And then like again, the like with the whole fight with Sending and like him saving Natsuko, it really goes out of its way to show that it's okay. You don't have to forgive your fucking abuser, which is something that you really don't see that often. It's okay. You don't really have to forgive a person who abused you because that makes sense. Even though it's better to forgive, I'd say it's better to forgive, but like you don't have to. That makes sense.
So beyond the Endeavor stuff, we also get a filler episode with Sue and Ochako. Question whether two beat scenes were really necessary. Question whether one was really necessary.
It's a filler episode. Of course, they were necessary.
No, no, don't excuse them. Unnecessary.
No, I'm joking. I was joking.
At least
Yeah,
Ochako got to be a
haven't-
fucking badass, just flipping that dude and breaking his spine on the rim of the door, I assume, based on how he fucking landed. But it really just shows that
Ochako is kind of a fucking badass.
Ochako's quirk is perfect for hand to hand. Absolutely perfect. If you can get in close, you're fucked.
Yeah, she can just flip people over. She can flip people over and like give no fucking
Break their back and make them humble.
like without a chance.
But
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean the filler episode was fine. Nice to see Selkie again. He's a fun character. As is Sirius.
Selkie is fun.
The other thing I wanted to mention was is Endeavor's way of teaching really the best way? Because it's like, well, you're stopping them from actually learning how to like take villains down by doing it yourself and saying they're too slow. I mean, come on, dude.
Well, no, part of what Endeavor's doing is just trying to make them bring out their best potential.
Yeah, I mean it works in the end, but of course it does. But it still like feels weird that you're here to gain experience. Now do nothing and watch me just take everyone down while you do nothing and gain no experience.
That's not really what he did though. And he did give sound advice to all three.
No, he did. He did.
Like learning under him.
Yeah.
Like,
no, he did.
His advice was just like on point, especially for Bakugo.
As much as Bakugo was loath to admit it. because he's
Yeah.
Bakugo. Though admittedly, he said what everyone was thinking, which is, why the fuck would you invite guests over to then have to sit awkwardly during your family drama? which,
Yeah.
which, it's true, but he shouldn't say it.
Fair.
It's
It's like
great.
that Margaret meme. It's like, it's true, but like, you don't have to say it.
like Izuku is absolutely like, Kachan, you can't say that, but he is right. He can't,
He's
he
right.
shouldn't say it, but
Don't
he's
say
right.
that.
Please, this is so awkward.
I also love that awkward bit where Endeavor hugs both Bakugo and Natsuo, and Bakugo immediately squirms out because he's so repulsed by the mere gesture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The last thing that I wanted to mention, how do you think the name of the oldest Todoroki brother should be pronounced? Because in my head,
Toya.
I pronounce it Toya. English dub pronounced it
Yeah, I
Toya.
pronounced it Toya.
It's
Toya.
pronounced Toya.
Yeah, Toya.
As I said, English.
Why the fuck is it pronounced Toya?
I don't know, because the English dub, like English translations, don't seem to understand what what the line over the vowels means.
Yeah, no, it's Toya.
Yeah.
Yeah, Toya.
As I said, that is how I said it in my head. But then I heard Patrick Seitz say Toya. I was like, is that actually how you pronounce it? I've got to go to the fucking sub now and listen. And now I can't tell.
It's the voice directing. It's definitely the fucking voice directing.
But otherwise, My Hero still continuing fairly strong. Hopefully they get to
hopeful for the upcoming arc.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be shocked if they didn't do it this season, considering how prominent
the characters are in the OP.
Yeah, the characters in the OP, considering how prominent they are, it would be an absolute shock to know that it didn't happen. And I don't.
Not to mention the arc afterwards will need almost the entirety of the next season to adapt.
Yeah.
And then there's also the new Hiraka movie that just came out.
Apparently.
That's part of what the filler episode tied into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, a lot of Tododeku in it, from what I've heard. Which makes me so
you're
happy.
Gonna love that movie.
Makes me so fucking happy. I really hope I'll be happier with the new movie than I was with Heroes Rising, because I came out of that feeling really down because of the ending, and I haven't been able to watch it since.
I have mixed feelings on that one.
So I really do hope this one is better.
You got the main trio. So I don't know. I hear it's
Izuku Midoriya, accused mass murderer.
That's fucking.
Anyway, moving on.
Moving on
to
the fourth and final sequel in sequence.
My Next Life as a Villainess, aka Bakarina.
Oh yeah, the bisexual harem. Okay.
Yeah, I figured you would use this screenshot.
It was the best one that I could think of.
Oh.
It was going to be one of the kisses.
Oh yeah, that.
It was going to be one of them.
Yeah.
So
problem is, I don't like Giorno.
I actually kind of do. After his flashback episode, I feel a lot better about Giorno.
I still like him the least out of the whole harem, honestly.
I like Keith the least, because getting with Katarina would be incest, and he's a jealous dick about it. In fact, frankly, I'm sort of tired of them as teenagers / adults. I would have preferred if they just kept them as kids. I find the kid segments a lot funner because there's not as much romantic pressure. Whereas in the teenage and adult segments, like all the horror members do, other than Maria, is act as jealous dicks.
Not all of them. Sophie doesn't do that either. Neither does Alan.
I mean, you say that. You say that, and yet when Giorno invited Katarina to, be alone, as fiancés probably should at some point, Alan then invites the rest of the gang to make sure nothing happens.
Yeah, but it's pretty heavily implied that Mary put him up to it.
I mean, I do like their pact of, if one of us does manage to get with Katarina, we'll break off the engagement. But if not, we're fine together.
I do like their dynamic.
Yeah.
Also, I do have to say, like, part of my issue with Giordo is that he does not seem to respect Katarina's boundaries remotely enough.
Yes. Let's be clear.
He just, like,
Let's be
straight up
clear.
plants.
Both of the kisses are, unconsensual, non-consensual. Like,
Yeah, no, he does not ask before doing so. He just, like, straight up plants one on her twice, and does not ask for it, and does not wait for her to signal in any way that she assents to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a big issue, and his repeated ignoring of her boundaries is a big red flag in my book.
Mm.
Not to mention, like, besides Keith, literally all the other members of the harem are more interesting characters, in my opinion. I'd honestly prefer it if Katarina got with Maria, personally.
I mean, yes,
Everyone
honestly,
would.
she's the best
Literally
option.
everyone would.
She's the best option.
She is the best option.
Considering she's not clingy.
She lacks any of the serious flaws that any of the other harem members
From what I
have. That
hear,
would
like,
well
everyone really wants Katarina to end up with Maria, but we'll have to see where that goes.
I'd be fine with Nicole or Raphael as well, but that's just because of my personal preferences.
I like Nicole, honestly. I do wish he got a little bit more screen time, though. He feels like the least focused on member of the group.
I did like him actually, putting forward his claim during the play.
That was fun. That was really... I told you you'd like the play. The play was fun.
The play was pretty good, yeah. Just the fucking... Oh, God. The fact that she had the cue card, then it fell off, and then, like, she and Mary tried to dance over to Alan to get him to pick it up, and his reaction was, she's saying that this is my cue, better turn the fucking music up. It's just like, oh no. Oh no.
See, this is part of why I love Alan, because he's such an oblivious dumbass.
How do you feel about
really
Jeffrey? How do you feel about Jeffrey?
Who?
Jeffrey.
Oh, the prince?
Yeah. Oldest brother.
Which prince?
Jeffrey. Oldest brother.
Interesting. Yeah. He has potential, but I actually think if there's more focus on his fiance, I think I might like her a lot more than I like him.
Well, I mean, again, I just like that he was like a supportive and kind older brother.
I do like that. I really do like that. With them.
Like, yes, it is a bit.
I do find it.
Yes, his wall of his brothers is a little bit creepy, but
it is concerning, and I understand why his fiance was like, "Yeah, no, I'm out now. Have fun with your shrine."
I mean, let's be real. He's told that story at least a dozen times in her presence.
Oh, 100%. 100%. She is definitely 100% tired of that story by this point.
We also have the... I don't remember his fucking name. The Rufus, the butler? What was his actual name?
I think it was...
Sora?
Sora, that's it.
Well, he had many names. Rufus and Sora were two of them.
Sora was the one that we know that I think is going to be the one he goes by for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. But seriously, why the fuck is everyone falling for this girl? Everyone.
She has the density of a neutron star.
Why? Like all of these characters, like in the picture, I can understand. They've spent an extended amount of time with her. She's clearly nice in a world of somewhat dickheads. So it makes sense. This dude spent at most like a day with her and was like, I'm falling in love with you. I'm gonna have sex with you right now. Like, come on.
I think part of it was just her utter nonchalance about being kidnapped and her I think it's just pure charisma, honestly.
I mean,
Like,
there's got to be a
Katarina
limit to the charisma.
She is what happens when you max out charisma and dump intelligence.
And wisdom. Don't forget wisdom. She has dumped
She
both
actually
of
does
those.
have somewhat.
No, she has dumped
I'm
both
not
of
sure
those.
what.
No, because
She has more of one than the other, but I'm not sure which one.
I feel like wisdom would be the one that like denotes figuring out if somebody's interested in you.
Yeah, no, that's the one she's worse at.
Yeah.
Like, she has some intelligence, like knowing how to farm and stuff, and informational stuff, but she has no wisdom whatsoever.
Yeah.
Like, she is like I said, denser than a neutron star.
In terms of the screenshot, I love how Anne is just stood there, just like, oh damn. Guess this is finally moving forward.
Yeah, she's the only one who isn't mortified to some degree.
I mean, Nicole
Too bad
Nicole isn't outwardly, but I'm sure he is inside.
Yeah. Also, just like, I love how Katarina just remembers this as a dream sequence as opposed to actually happening in real life.
I mean, that confused me. I wondered if it was a dream.
No, it was not a dream. It happened. But,
I know.
like,
well, I know.
Katarina remembers it as a dream.
But I genuinely wondered if, like, considering, you know, first kiss from any of the horror members, it was like, wait, was that actually a dream? Is that what Bakarina's doing now? Teasing us with the kiss, and then Giorno planted another one on her. Was like, nope, they are not teasing that shit. But yeah, no, I'm just tired of the jealousy from the other horror members at this point.
I can kind of get it, but at the same time, like, I understand why they're jealous. Like, Giorno has just, like, the most unfair of unfair advantages on everyone else by just being her official legal fiance. And he proceeds to rub that in their faces effectively by kissing her twice in front of all of them.
That is a very negative view of Giorno.
Well, he doesn't do it intentionally, but that's a way to take what he's doing, at least from their perspective.
Well, it's a very unfair view of Giorno, frankly.
I can see that.
Yeah, I can see that.
I also just, as I said, I don't like him because of his issues with boundaries and consent. And also, he is canonically kind of an asshole.
I mean, he's also canonically neglected.
Not wrong. Not wrong.
Well,
I will say, I don't hate him as a character. I just don't think he's a good love interest to Katarina compared to some of the other characters.
I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying that either, frankly, because I feel like that relationship
is one of the weakest love interests.
I feel like that relationship is far too one-sided. But is it too much to ask for that the other horror members could, you know, potentially have a healthy relationship? Because most of them don't at the moment. I mean, Maria's the only one who does, in my mind. Maybe Nicole.
Maria has the healthiest, followed by Nicole, Alan, Sophie. The least healthy are definitely Keith and Mary, though.
I mean, here's the thing: is Sophia actually the harem member, or is she still just pushing for Nicole? I don't think she's an actual member of the harem.
It's hard to say.
Because certainly in this second season, she's done more to actually push Katarina towards Nicole than towards herself. Not to mention, there's the whole thing of Sophia might actually be
her friend from the past life. Yeah.
Which is you know, which is what I think. Like,
interesting.
Like, I can't remember because I don't remember much of Bakarina season 1. But if it does ever get said, I'm willing. It would be really interesting to see if the best friend's favorite love interest was Nicole. I feel like that would be a nice twist. But as I said, I don't remember enough of Bakarina season 1. Yeah, I mean, I think that's about it. I mean, as I said, I just really prefer the younger segments at
That
this
is
point.
fair.
I just there just feels like there's less pressure there for a romantic relationship, and
Yeah,
therefore
like
they
the
all
latest.
act less like dicks.
I will say, like the latest episode had really fun scenes with them as kids,
Mm.
culminating in that darkly hilarious scene of Katarina being confronted by her mother.
I do worry about the mother.
I will say, like, it doesn't seem to be like abusive so much as a stern parent being frustrated with a very difficult child.
That edges really into abusive.
It edges, but I don't think it's ever crossed the line thus far.
I mean,
Regardless,
at least she's got a dad who's very nice and
yeah, his
believes in
dad
her.
is supportive. Her dad is supportive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Pete's dad as well, so their dad is supportive.
Still think it's weird that Keith's
But
part
yeah,
of the harem, but you know.
he's adopted, which is why it's considered acceptable by some people, I guess.
Not to mention he is pretty much the worst member of the harem.
Mm. Anyways, moving on to a show that I'm not watching, but you are.
Genuinely a good show, Nighthead 2041.
Nice,
Genuinely
nice, nice,
an
nice.
interesting show.
Oh, okay.
Because, oops, here we go. Nightbot is done. So this is the show that was about, you know, thought crimes and fascism and all that jazz. But let me try and remember episodes now. I mean, it's just very intriguing at the moment, because we've gotten hints at Naoto and Naoya's backstory about the fact that they have clearly been psychic for most of their lives. And I believe their parents drugged them and gave them to a doctor. However, it is revealed that the other pair of brothers who are working for the fascist government, Yuya and Takuya, have the same memory of playing a board game and then getting drugged. Which is very, very intriguing. Unfortunately, the whole thing gets derailed by this kid, who I do empathise with him to an extent, but at the same time, so a high school girl who I think was spurned by her teacher, killed the kid's dog to get animal blood, to use in some black magic. Unfortunately for the girl, the kid turned out to be a psychic who could mind control, and mind controlled. I think all but one of the group to commit suicide. Which is where I, stop empathizing with the child. When he then wakes up having been arrested, and quite brutally tased, I should point out. Like, he gets a taser right to the fucking neck. He wakes up, mind controls some of these soldiers, and then goes on a rampage. Which, again, really, really sort of takes me out of, hey, this kid should be looked after, and more, this kid ain't right. This kid has killed quite a few people via mind control.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, no, a lot of people. He's killed a lot of people. I was hoping there would be a screenshot of the mum saying he hasn't hurt anyone with just bodies in the shot, but there wasn't. I mean, like when he got arrested, the mum was still trying to say he's not hurt anyone, but we're like, Yes, he has! He's made people commit suicide! He's killed a lot of people!
He's made people into corpses!
He's killed a lot of people! Like, look, I don't agree with supporting I don't support the fascist government in this sense, but I do think that he should maybe be taken in. He shouldn't be allowed to just, be free and kill people, even if he is just getting revenge for his dog. Not to mention, there is the enduring, interesting part of this high school girl, Shoko Futami, who keeps turning up and delivering cryptic statements. I've actually written them down. So the first one she says is the barrier has been broken. Unless one becomes aware of the tuned connection, all moments will collapse. That was to the Kuroki brothers, the cop ones. To the
That's not cryptic at all.
Yeah, to the other one, to the Kirihara brothers, she says the fate delivered by the solvers so that all moments can connect. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. The other really interesting bit is that Naoto and Naoya were given to this doctor in 2014. It is now 2041, but they do not think that, I can't remember how long they think has passed, but they definitely don't think that it's 27 years. And they definitely don't look like it's been 27 years. Yes, they were young, but they don't look over 30. Which they would pretty much have to be. If it had actually been 27 years. So I don't think it's actually been 27 years. I don't know what's happened. Well, I think it has been 27 years, but I think they've been, kept in stasis somehow. I don't know what the fuck's going on in the show. To be brutally honest, I don't know.
So, on a scale from 1 to 2001: A Space Odyssey, how mindfucky is it?
I'd say it's getting pretty close up there. I really don't know what's going on in a sense. The only thing that I am fairly sure of is that the member of the Kuroki brothers squad, Michio, is 100% going to go insane and have to be killed.
Oof.
The man is showing clear signs of insecurity and very possibly going mad with power now that he's awakened his psychic powers. The downside to the show is that, unfortunately, Miracle Mick has been executed.
No, not Miracle Mick. Who's Miracle Mick?
Miracle Mick was the bogus sidekick that the cop squad had to try and arrest. And he's just so fucking dumb. But I wanted some Miracle Mick to just keep going on the run. It would have been fucking hilarious to me. But unfortunately, Miracle Mick did get caught and was executed.
That is very unfortunate.
As I said, it would have been hilarious to me if he just kept staying just about alive, but no, he got caught, and I believe he was executed.
Rip Miracle Mick.
Rip Miracle Mick. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can try and find a picture of Miracle Mick just to show you what the fuck he looks like.
Oh boy.
Hopefully, Google will provide me with a picture of Miracle Mick. It is not doing so yet. Damn, it doesn't look to be getting me one. Oh, there we go. Miracle Mick. Save image. Save it as that. Add image. Image. Okay. Browse. There. That's about the right size as well. Cool. Miracle Mick, everyone. Miracle Mick.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, poor Miracle Mick. Poor Miracle Mick.
Oh my god. He looks great.
Oh, I've got another one with... Oh, no, that's an even better one of him in his persona. It's an even better
By the
one.
way, who does that belong to? And is it someone who you'd want to step on you?
That is what the fuck's her name? Kimie, who was the one actually perpetrating Miracle Mix miracles, but was also undercover in the for the police. There's Miracle Mick in his in his miracle getup with the sunglasses.
Oh my god.
I love Miracle Mick. I really do.
Too bad he's miracle fucking dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea where the fuck the show is gonna go, but I'm interested. It's also CG, and it's allowed them to do. Well, basically, they've been flexing the CG and using the CG to do basically a bunch of shots with like shards of glass and debris. Um, and it makes for really cool shots. If I also tried to get a good shot of one of those, but it never came out particularly great. So I just went for Crazy Kid. The other thing is that the way that Kimie and the boss of the unit, Daisuke Honda, proved that psychic powers were real was they had Kimie basically make the Kuroki brothers, Michio the Insane, and Reika the girl with a good head on her shoulders, think they'd been skewered by a bunch of fucking spikes. Like, and
See, for a second there, I thought Mikio was the Insane was the actual nickname of the character.
no, that's the nickname I've given him. I'm like next to certain he's gonna go insane. I am certain he is gonna turn out to be a villain.
Boy, oh boy. Sounds
Like,
like a fun time.
like I can see the Kuroki brothers leaving the cops, like turning on the cops. Michio is 100% not gonna do that. He is gonna
Who
go
knows?
fucking
He ride
mad
or
with power.
die.
He he is fucking mad with power. Like he
Jeez.
at the end of episode 4, Kimie basically like pokes him, saying that he's the only one who hasn't done anything, which is true because when this kid was leading his fucking death squad through the corridors, one of them charged at Michio, who just cowered, despite the fact that he had a gun in his hands. He could have shot this guy, but he didn't, and left it to the fucking head of the department, Honda, to do it. So he was feeling very insecure at that point, and then he awakened his powers. And his reaction to that was to laugh wildly whilst yelling he did it. Which wouldn't be too bad if it wasn't also at the same time that one of his squad mates, Takia, was currently having CPR performed on him. So, not the best time to celebrate, buddy. Not the best time. So as I said, I think he's gonna go mad with power at some point. Personally, that's my belief. But yeah, no, I love the show. I genuinely am enjoying the show. To a show that, I mean, I'm not even going to say anything. It's Obey Me. Interesting
Are you
release
still watching
schedule.
this?
I mean, yeah, it hasn't had 3 episodes out yet. Is the thing, because it's got a very interesting release schedule. Because I believe they are airing like, so I think to get the episodes weekly you have to be a like VIP member of the game. I'm not sure. Like I
Weird.
know that it's certainly for me it's coming out fortnightly. But I did check on Mal because I was curious. I mean, obviously it's a Mal Forumancer, so it's not not that clear. I mean, somebody answering says, but the episode is only out today for VIP members. It comes out for everyone in 2 weeks. So I don't know whether that's VIP members for Funimation, for what. I really don't know what it is. Either way, there's been 2 episodes of it. The second episode was pretty fun. One of the brothers. Let's see if I can actually figure out which brother it is. I believe it's Leviathan. Dressed up as his favorite character, Rooney-chan? I don't remember. Anyway, dressed up, only to have, was it Beelzebub? Yeah, I think it was Beelzebub knock on the door, causing him to, be in a panic. Beelzebub and then Belphegor barge their way in and start playing Leviathan's video games. Well, Beelzebub does. Belphegor just cheerleads. And eventually, Beelzebub does so badly that Leviathan basically he was hiding under his like duvet, like his covers. But Beelzebub did so badly that Leviathan just jumped up and took control. And the sketch ended with Beelzebub just like, so you are wearing that then? Okay. I mean, it was relatively fun. Like, I'm not going to say it was terrible. I don't have any investment, but it's 5 minutes. So fucking what? I really don't care about spending 5 minutes to watch these guys. I'll do it. I'm quite happy to honestly do it. It's fine.
It's only 5 minutes. Fair.
So I might just keep watching this as it comes out. Like, I don't really care. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I keep remembering to do it. But we should move on.
Wait. One thing. Give me a minute.
What's up?
You were talking about Sarune earlier, right? What's
Surune.
Getting a movie? Yeah, this is getting a movie.
Surune's getting a movie? Fuck!
Yeah.
I either did not know about that or forgot about that. Awesome.
Yeah, I forgot too. I was just looking at chat and I'm like, Sarune's even getting a movie. I'm like, right, it is getting a movie.
Hooray! That makes me happier.
It's right here. I'm posting it in the chat. It's right here. Huh, I don't know if it's a recap. Oh yeah, I didn't know if it's a recap or not, so that's why I didn't put it on. Yeah, okay, that's neat.
Pretty neat.
I'm gonna check Mal on that one. While I'm doing that, Jack, you can talk about Peach Boy Riverside.
Why did they change the order of the fucking episodes?
I don't know.
Why?
Please save that until I'm ready to participate because I also want to rant on that.
Yeah, I hear it's really taken away from the show.
It's okay. I'll talk about the actual show itself, but once Mill is ready, we can rant about it. But
okay.
Part of the issue is the characters have potentially interesting character arcs and story trajectories, but the episodes aren't in the proper order for us to enjoy that. And even though they are somewhat episodic, yeah. So in this episode, in the most recent episode, we had it was the first episode in a while to follow off a previous episode, directly, but at the same time, it also had callbacks to an unaired episode that takes place chronologically earlier, in which one of the characters encountered another character to disastrous effects.
Okay,
now,
I'm back. So I'm going to take you through the episode order that it should have been in, that I think manga is in. But they decided to air it out of order. So episode 1 was actually episode 2. Episode 2 was actually episode 3. Episode 3 was actually episode 9. Episode 4 was actually episode 1. Episode 5 was episode 7. Episode 6 is episode 8. And episode 7 is episode 4.
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. All I know is, fuck this out of order bullshit. I'm going to wait until it's finished and watch it in the proper order.
Yeah, at this
that
point...
sounds like a good idea, honestly.
because
kind of tempted to do the same, but at the same time, like
Haruhi bullshit. At least Haruhi had like a reason for it. Good reason for it.
yeah,
no.
I mean, it's also really stupid because it's a vaguely entertaining show. Like, it's not incredible, but like, I am intrigued by characters.
Yes. The issue is, it's hard to grasp their development when the show is out of fucking order.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Episode fucking 2, I believe, literally. Was it 2? Yeah, I think it was 2. Literally ends with fucking Hawthorne.
With Hawthorne.
Having seen his city destroyed and on his knees with some dude's hand right in front of him, having had the rest of him vaporized. Episode 3 starts with him cheerily going along with, "Oh, hey, I'm in a tournament now. Great. Haha."
Yeah. Yeah, no. Anachronic order can work for some stories. Like, it works great for Pulp Fiction, for instance, but this relies heavily on having character development and character arcs, and it doesn't work when it's in anachronic order here.
And here's the other thing. Episode 9, well, Episode 3 as it got released, but actually Episode 9, ends with a giant fucking cliffhanger of Sally being made to choose between her old friend Mikoto or, being a good person.
Yeah.
And then, we're going to be left on that cliffhanger, if we watch it in the order that it's airing, for at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at least 6 more episodes, I would think. Certainly at this stage, at least 1, 2, 3, 4 episodes. We don't know what actual episode 8 is going to be.
Yeah, no, we don't know what actual episode anything past the next episode is going to be.
But it's
like, the next episode is going to be 4th chronological.
Yes.
And it is the 7th airing episode.
Which is very dumb.
So there's still 2 chronological episodes that we haven't had fill in the gap yet.
Yeah.
And after that, who knows? Maybe they'll air the last 3 episodes in proper chronological order. Or maybe they won't. I don't fucking know.
Well, the reason they're apparently doing this is to avoid an anime original ending. But I don't see how that's gonna,
I don't see how
airing it out of order is gonna work. Like...
That's not how it works. I don't think that's how it works.
That's not how it works. How is this changing the fact that you're gonna have to do an anime original ending?
It's not.
Oh,
you're gonna catch up to the manga at some point.
Yeah. Not to mention, I don't think they would hit a fucking anime original ending. There's 10 volumes of the manga out. They can't reach that in one core of anime.
It'd be pretty fucking difficult for them to do that.
Not to mention, the original web manga has been going on since January 2008. I think they've got enough material.
Damn. Fun fact, this is from the same author as Dragon Maid.
Interesting. I assume that explains why any major female character has big boobs that bounce.
Except for Frau. Frau doesn't.
Frau is an exception because clearly the
story is by the author of Dragon Maid and the artist for Idaten Deities.
But clearly
same person.
Clearly the author doesn't accept the furry side of their audience base the way that Beastar's author does. Beastar's author fucking pokes that part of the fandom on a regular basis.
What's funny is, the author of Dragon Maid has 3 anime out this season. I believe they are the full mangaka for both Dragon Maid and Peach Boy Riverside, and that they are both the author and artist.
No,
and I
he's
believe
the
they are
author.
they
He's
are
the
the
author of Peach Boy Riverside, but not the artist. He's the
okay.
mangaka of Maid, and then I think he's also the artist of Idaten
He's the
Deities.
artist for Idaten.
Yeah,
He's
Idaten.
not the author of Idaten.
The author of Idaten wrote Interspecies Reviews. So
Hmm.
which
Which
we will not
explains something.
discuss.
Yes. Regardless, Peach Boy Riverside, the most notable thing about it is that the episodes are out of fucking order,
Yeah.
which
yeah,
is
that helped.
very frustrating.
Yeah, because I enjoy the show. I enjoy the concept. Uh, I enjoy that there's a talking dog for some reason.
It is neat.
um, but yeah. But moving on to a show only I am watching. It is the sports show of the season, Remake.
Ah,
I'm just
yeah.
going to wait for your reaction to that screenshot.
What screenshot?
What's
The one for
yeah.
Remake.
Ah, they look oddly
They are
flat.
shredded. My
I'm
goodness.
more meaning the subtitle of we just lost to grade schoolers, which they did.
Oh.
That's hilarious.
So let me explain. I will. Well, I'll go through chronologically first. So episode 1 ended with a famous swimmer girl, Chinu, I believe. Yeah, Chinu, kissing Minato on the cheek, I believe. It was revealed that that was because the two of them had made a bet that if Minato had become the best water polo in Japan in junior high, Chunu would give him a kiss. And if he became the best water polo player in Japan in high school, she would go out on a date with him. Unfortunately,
Huh.
the other side of that bet was the fact that if Minato didn't manage this, he has to pay her an extraordinary amount of yen. 6-figure amount of yen.
Jesus.
That would be money he doesn't have, which starts him playing water polo again. The half Nigerian character Baba Yaro is an adorable cinnamon roll, and I love him.
That's nice.
And his reason for joining the team is actually really interesting because in quite a bit of a dick move, the captain Jahy-sama, upon hearing that Minato wants to join the team, starts basically putting out flyers saying, "Hey, we've got this fantastic prodigy who was the best player in junior high." Joining the team, so we're going to be successful. So you should join us. The issue is Minato doesn't remember a fucking thing about his water polo career, so he's actually quite shit at the sport. But Baba Yaro is really touched by Minato's speech, basically saying that he's not a prodigy, and he doesn't want these expectations because he's basically been expected to be good at sports because he's, tall and half African. Which is always a nice, always a nice stereotype to
Degree of nuance.
put a kibosh on. Yeah, because Run with the Wind did it as well, which is which is also really nice about it. Other members join. The interesting one was Shugo Amihama, because he was basically like a champion swimmer and then quit because his brother had stopped swimming, and so Shugo couldn't beat him. And I managed to guess that his brother was actually one of Minato's former teammates, which made me very happy. I managed to guess that twist. But they managed to get a
It's
team.
always nice when you pick up foreshadowing.
Yeah, they managed to get a team together, and they arrange a practice game against a nearby high school. And usually, what these sports shows do with the ragtag band of first-time players is they face off against like a really good school and lose heavily, but gain the respect of this really top-tier school. Remake didn't do that. Hilariously, like three of the members of this school they arranged the practice match with came in acting all tough, and then somebody pointed out, "Hang on, your school is shit." Like literally, I had like two choices. No, it was Amihama. Like I had two choices of water polo schools with water polo teams. Um, in the like prefecture. One was the one my brother was going to, so I couldn't go there because that means I wouldn't be able to beat him. The other was yours. I decided not to go there because you were so shit I would never have a chance of beating him. And they're just like, yeah, that's kind of true, but fuck you for saying it. The other thing that they do is
I mean, that's true, but you didn't have to say it.
yeah, the other thing they do is they can't, or they say in inverted commas that all the other members of their team are sick, so they can't play the match. So they instead get a school of or a team of grade schools to play them. And my god, did I get flashbacks to the to Dodgeball, the fucking Vince Vaughn movie, where they play the Girl Scouts.
Oh my god, yes.
Because it was basically the same. They got destroyed by these grade schoolers. Absolutely fucking crushed. It was 18-0.
Fucking hell.
But it ended up being a really nice moment, or ended up causing a really nice moment, because Minato, obviously in his first match, did incredibly shit. And he went to his old junior high coach to basically ask him, look, what made me so, why was I so good at water polo? What was my strength? And he said something about he had a I think wide range of motion in his shoulders, which made obviously throwing a ball easier. But his big strength was the fact that he tried hard, he worked hard to become good at the sport. He's not a prodigy, he just worked really fucking hard to get where he was. Which does make it really sad that it was wiped out in an instant. But,
Hmm.
So even though they got fucking destroyed, I cannot emphasize this enough. They got utterly crushed by these grade schoolers. You know, there seems to be a happier note. So I'm looking forward to where this goes. I'm enjoying this. Oh, there was some really fucking great gag I've just remembered. I'm glad I remembered it. They were in the bath together, basically talking about why they started or why they joined the water polo team. Um, and for the captain, Jahy-sama, it was something like to do with a girl, and like they all went, "Huh? You with a girl?" sort of thing, and like Minato then goes, "Hang on a moment. I think this deserves another." And then they all just in synchronization just go, "Huh?" again, and it's just hilarious. The comedic timing on that was fantastic. Um, Also, there is a one of the other students, Yoshiharu Ushimoto, is also a cinnamon roll. Um, his only previous club was calligraphy, and yet he joined the water polo team for some reason. I can't remember why he joined. Uh, but yeah, no, I'm enjoying my sports bullshit as always. So
Naturally.
yeah. So moving on to a show I think you're enjoying quite a bit. Remake Our Life. Remake Our Life.
I
Remake
really
Our
like
Lives. Which one is it?
Remake Our Life.
Remake our life, yeah.
Okay.
Bokatachi no remake.
This is really good. Like, this is
Okay.
a really surprisingly good show. Like, a big part of it is just going over the creative process of how they make these things that making a student film, making in the most recent episode, making a Dojin game. Uh, but the character work is also really good for the most part. Like, I really like most of the main cast and how they are developed and grow as characters.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, I did watch. I actually remember watching more episodes of this.
Probably the extended premiere.
Yeah. Beyond the extended premiere, I watched episode. I watched the first 3 episodes, and I really liked. I really did. I kind of wanted to see more of the like the creative process. I remember wanting to see more of the creative process of that.
It does get explored a bit, especially with the student film bit, and I think episodes 3 and 4. Yeah, no, episode 3 focuses mostly on the student film.
I felt as if episode 2 was a bit fast paced. Was a bit too fast paced. Yeah.
I mean, it does slow down a bit, and I do like the focus of the characters that.
When they focus on like, I don't know. I didn't really like Nanako all that much. As like here she gets better.
She gets a lot better, especially in episodes 4 and 5.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's what I hear. Because I didn't really like Nanako all that much.
The character I take the biggest issue with actually is Aki, because I feel like she has the least focused of the main cast, and unfortunately, given her role in the narrative, that's not really a good thing. Like,
oh really?
Needs a lot more development.
That kind of sucks because like she's also like the character I'm most interested in. She's also kind of like my favorite character of the bunch so far. Like favorite supporting character.
My favorite is actually Eiko, the redhead.
Yeah, Eiko was second for me because like the interesting thing about Eiko is like she's already met her she's already met her like in the future. So it's just nice to see like how he'll be able to change her in the past, you know? Like what she's like in the past and how he can make an impact. Yeah, that's interesting. I hear she's also quite good.
She's very interesting. I just wish there was a bit more with her because like for as interesting as she is, there isn't a lot of focus on her, but she's also not one of the 4 main cast members.
Yeah, she's not.
Speaking of whom, Tsuruyuki, the other dude in the main cast, actually is getting a lot more focus in the most recent episode, which is
okay.
neat.
I like the time he got focused in episode 2, but I just felt like again it lasted like half an episode. I know it was like I know you gotta go like I know it's not like I remember when I watched episode 2, I'm like he had like a little conflict, and I'm like that only lasted half an episode, even though I liked it, but it just felt a bit too fast for me. I feel like
starting in episode 6, there is an arc that is being focused on him. Not sure how long it'll last. Kicked off in episode 6, and that's the most recent episode, but looks like we're going to get some interesting stuff involving him, which will be neat.
So we get like development for every character except for the most important supporting character.
Yeah, no, it's weird. Like
no. I feel like that's kind of common because like she's the most important character. So like we'll just save the most important for last.
So
I feel like they should have developed her first.
So I did not remember or did not realize this was about making video games. Or at least partially about a bunch of that. I also didn't realize really that it was set in university rather than high school.
College.
The base premise of the series is Kyoya going back in time to change what college he went to from a regular economics
one to a more artistic one.
He went to art school instead.
Why did I say no to this?
I don't know.
No, he said no because no. I know why he said no. He said no because he didn't think it was good enough. So and he thought that economics was easier, only for his life to like go down the shim. after that.
No,
So then when he got back, he was like,
no,
yeah,
no,
there's
no.
only one
I wasn't questioning the character's choice. I was questioning my choice.
What?
I don't
I don't know
You
why
really
I
should
didn't
watch
choose
it.
this
It's
show.
very good.
I don't know why I didn't choose this show. Why? I'm
You
really
should watch
confused.
You should watch it.
You should watch it.
I'm
You
totally.
haven't
It
had to
sounds like
change.
you should watch it.
We will
It's
see if
good.
I can catch up. But
Yeah.
it's unlikely at this
It's
point.
midway through, so you do have a chance to do so.
We will see.
What the first episode's like. The most interesting thing about is that there's apparently, the most interesting thing about Remake Our Life isn't exactly Remake Our Life itself, but apparently there's like a spin-off. There's a version beta in which basically it's about Kyoya who instead he actually doesn't go to the past. He just tries to struggle. He just starts out in the game industry with Eiko after there's like a different story which is, instead of going to the past to like try and like remake his life, he just like tries to like redo everything with Eiko afterwards, which I think is also a really interesting premise. Hell, it might be even more interesting than the main story.
It could be.
Because like it could be because
It
like
very
now
well.
you gotta. It's like imagine the story continuing off instead of like going back in time from the end of the first half of episode 1, and just continues from there.
Interesting.
Yeah, it could be more relatable because it's like, okay, this is the real world. You get no fucking second. You get 0 second chances because this is the real fucking world.
It also sounds a
So
bit
you
more
gotta
depressing,
start over.
though.
Yeah, it probably is.
Okay, I think I sort of understand it. Koni, the summary you used during the PV presentation was not as detailed as the one that's currently on Mal.
Yeah, it
It's
usually happens.
probably a rudimentary description that they use as a placeholder before getting the actual description.
I mean, it just it doesn't really mention the. Well, it says that he's a game developer, but it doesn't mention that the rest of the story is also partially about game developing. What's the romance like? It does have the romance tag.
So, shaping up to be a bit of a love triangle at the center, with one of Kyoya and two of the girls, both definitely interested in him. One of them being Nanako, the blonde in the screenshots. The other is Aki.
Fairly.
So
typical love
I'm
triangle.
forced to ask. You know, I have to ask this: is it a love triangle or is it a love corner?
It's a love corner. It's a love corner.
Love corner.
It's a love corner. I was gonna say like, don't
Love
you
corner.
mean love corner? I was gonna say,
Fair
we were
enough.
joking about this.
But yeah, I won't spoil any of the developments that go on there because I want you to actually catch up on the show.
I saw a screenshot because
Oh,
someone
spoilers.
usually posts a screenshot, but like, I'm not gonna say what the screenshot is. So I'm like, oh shit, oh I didn't expect that to go there.
Yeah. It's
On a
interesting.
scale of what would be? I'll just go for 1. Scale of 1 to say Bloom or Bunny Girl. How good is the romance so far? Blue. Oh dear. Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay,
Okay.
good. Unfortunately, the stream cut out for a couple of seconds.
Okay.
So I will repeat my question in case you didn't hear it. Scale of 1 to Bloom or Bunny Girl, how good is the romance
You said
so far?
cake.
7.
No, not cake.
7 or so.
Jack said
Give or
7.
take.
Yeah, said 7.
7 is pretty good.
Not-
7 is pretty good.
Not. I will say the general character interactions are more enjoyable than the romance itself.
Well, we'll see if I can make some time. But moving on to a show that I will not be making time for anymore, Scarlet Nexus.
I'm pretty sure you and I both dropped it at the exact same points.
Yep, episode
I mean,
3.
it's a video
That
game
is a good
adaptation. Just play the video
screenshot.
game.
Yeah, I thought so.
Very good.
I thought so.
Let me see. Oh yeah. It's a video game adaptation. Just play the video game.
Yeah,
That's what I
no.
need to say.
I'm just gonna like I'll give it props because the action was actually pretty good. I liked the
Yeah,
action.
the action wasn't bad.
The issue is I don't give a shit about any of the characters, and
Mm.
I barely remember any of them anyway.
I don't remember most of the cast names, honestly.
I definitely remember the main four. Um, I think
Uh,
I think
fuck,
remember.
I don't remember all that.
Yuito, who is the boy with the red bangs. Nagi, who should have died. Kasane, who's the tsundere, and Naomi, who fucking died.
Yeah.
Those
The
are
funny
main
thing
four.
is, like, the best friend dude, he had a lot more death flags than Naomi.
Yeah. Shame. The other one that I remember the name of is Luca, just because he was a Shoda. I don't really remember anyone else's names. Oh, I remembered Arashi just because she was relatable. She just
Oh, is she the lazy speedster?
yes,
I liked her.
yeah. No,
She's one of the
she
few
was
who
good.
actually liked that.
She was good. Everything else, yeah, I couldn't care less. I mean, episode 3 ends on a fucking cliffhanger of Nagi starting to betray Yuito and Kasane, and it's just like, joke's on you, Scarlet Nexus. For me to care about a cliffhanger, I have to care about you as a whole, which I don't. So fuck you. Your
Yep.
cliffhanger isn't gonna work on me. Honestly,
Yeah, no, it's not.
that's all I have to say about Scarlet Nexus. Play the game. Play the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, just play the game.
I've heard the game is actually pretty decent, so I mean, I'm not gonna get it, straight away. But if I see it that it comes on sale, I might at some point.
Fair.
Moving on to a show that is actually really fucking interesting, Sonny Boy.
The most recent episode was fucking weird, man.
It was a baseball episode, right?
It was a baseball episode about baseball playing monkeys.
Did you not enjoy the Monkey League?
Oh, I did. It was just weird.
I mean, yes, incredibly weird.
Aren't we
I had
all
no
monkeys?
fucking clue what
Aren't
was
we all
going
just
on.
evolved monkeys? Aren't we all just evolved monkeys though? Shouldn't be that weird.
No, it was talking about actual monkeys, but there were only like a few bits here and there that actually showed monkeys. Otherwise, it was just characters talking about monkeys.
Huh.
I
I'll
do.
play
Like, it
baseball.
was-
That sounds so random.
It was.
I do have to wonder about the about how the animation is going for the show, honestly, because this seemed like a very sort of animation light episode.
I mean, they might just be saving that time and budget for the next episode.
Very
That does
possible.
tend
I
to
hope
happen.
so. I hope so, but I can't help but be worried. Um,
This series has also been just fucking buck wild in every regard.
so last we left off, they travelled to another world. They're still on mostly on this world, which is the desert island.
Mm-hmm.
So the main rule of the island, I believe, is you can't get anything for free. You have to, at least make some sort of exchange.
Yes.
So Best Boy Rajdani creates his own cryptocurrency.
Yeah, it was neat.
He's also got one of the low-key, most overpowered abilities as well.
Yeah, it's the ability to manifest computer programs, right?
I don't know exactly what it is, but he made the fucking Mario Raccoon costume.
Fucking wild.
Yeah, it really is. Meanwhile, we actually get properly introduced to Mizuho, who also has a very very overpowered ability, and has 3 very cute cats.
Yeah, the cats are actually part of her ability, apparently.
But I mean, we said during the premiere stream that it seemed pretty likely that Nagara was the one taking them to these different worlds. I believe that has been proven right at this point.
Oh, the Jojo.
Yeah. So, if I remember correctly, Nagara is the one with the world hopping ability, but he cannot travel back to Earth. He can only travel between other worlds.
I mean, other than Nozomi, Nagara, Mizuho to an extent, and Rajdani, everyone else is basically flavors of jerk.
Yeah, not all of them, but like Koni and Hoshi especially are assholes.
Hoshi is going to turn out to be the ultimate villain of this, I'm certain.
Probably.
Yoshi's still sus.
Hoshi is sus as fuck.
He still looks sus.
Yeah, no, he
Yeah.
is. He's absolutely sus. I feel
The imposter.
I feel bad for poor dumb Cap who got manipulated into being a power hungry tyrant.
Yeah.
All he cares about is baseball. Just let him play baseball.
Yeah, basically, like Cap isn't really a bad person. He's just easily duped and
yeah,
very
he's easily led.
manipulated.
He's very easily led.
Which is unfortunate, but made him ideal for Hoshi and Pony to fuck around with.
Yeah. We also get more stuff with Asakaze, who is also a bit of a dick. I didn't realize what
He's an interesting dick.
He is an interesting dick. In that first episode, I didn't realize what his powers were because they weren't really sort of shown well. I felt like or explained.
There's some sort of electricity, right?
No. Asakaze is the one with the gravity powers.
Ah, yeah, that's a neat. Those are neat ass abilities.
Yeah, but in the first episode, it was like it was shown as like shattering glass or something like that, or cracking glass, something like that. It looked weird based on what his power turned out to be. So, but either way,
I mean, it can be really easily explained as him just increasing gravity to break the glass.
Yeah. Well, no, because the issue was not the fact that he was breaking glass. It was that the screen that we saw was cracking like glass.
Oh yeah, but that's just an issue of the anime being bizarre and trippy as fuck.
I mean, yes. This is another one of those where you have to think very, very hard about it. This is not one of those shows where you can coast and have 50% attention on it, because otherwise you will miss something and you will not understand a damn thing afterwards.
Like, what was it, episode 3, where they had the curtain dimension thing?
Yeah.
Like, that was fucking buck wild.
Yeah. I mean, and you know, fuck everyone else for forcing those guys out of that realm because they were just enjoying themselves.
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
Regardless, I do think this is a very good show.
Oh,
it's just very, very bizarre.
We won't understand what's going on until the end. We really won't.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I do, however, appreciate the character interactions between the main trio of Mizuho, Nagara, and Nozomi.
Yeah. Now,
they're a really great trio and have a really fun dynamic.
Yeah, I do quite like that they are, you know, starting to get on more, and I hope Asakaze can get his head out of his butt long enough to get on with them.
Yeah. Not to mention, Rajdani is a very good example of a dark-skinned character in anime who isn't a terrible stereotype.
Nah, love Rajdani. Cool dude.
He's a very neat character who is like, hey, this is neat. Let's try this out.
I mean, he's been the only figure of reason this entire time. Literally basically the only one. Like,
He is. I will say he is probably the sanest character in this
Yeah.
story right now.
And I mean, look, like Nagata, Nozomi, and Mizuho also, potential figures of reason, but Mizuho and Nagata can't care for long enough to become figures of reason. And Nozomi has a crazy streak to her.
Wait, what the fuck? Mizuho is voiced by Aoyuki? What?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that makes sense. You said there's a bit of a crazy. I still remember her as Tanya from.
Aoyuki is in fucking everything, I
No,
swear.
no. Mizuho is just is the one who just doesn't really care about anyone else, which, fair. She actually apparently, I think she ran for student council president, but then Hoshi rigged the election.
Hoshi rigged the election for Pony.
Yeah.
Mizuho found out, and they tried to blackmail her by saying that they'd get her favorite teacher fired. She didn't budge, and they got her favorite teacher fired.
Speaking of teachers,
So,
there's now one around, but it doesn't.
Oh yeah,
doesn't.
She shows up at the end of episode 4.
Doesn't look like the good kind of teacher though. Does not look like the good kind of teacher.
I'm not entirely sure what the hell she's going to do.
Well,
but it should be interesting.
Her opening her opening sentence includes calling the students worms, which is probably a bad sign.
Oh yeah, no, red flag.
Probably quite a bad sign, but I think at this point all we can do is wait and see how fucking insane this gets. The other interesting thing is to note that this has not had an OP for the time being.
Yeah, no OP.
It does have
an ED, which is neat.
It does have an ED, which is by a band called Ging Nang Boys, who currently only have one member, who apparently has a history of getting naked on stage.
Fucking wild.
I don't know how credible that is. It's from Wikipedia, and his Wikipedia entry was very badly written. It was very hard to understand, but I believe certainly he did get naked in Taiwan at one point, because there is actually a court record for that.
Okay.
That is kind of hilarious, actually.
So I just wanted to make that known, considering I checked up on it.
Yeah.
Moving on to another isekai, I believe, Spirit Chronicles.
Yep. This is one of the 3 isekai I am watching this season. God. It's probably the weakest of the 3, in my opinion, but it does have some interesting stuff to it. I do like that there seems to be 2 distinct magic systems going on here. One with like the general rune magic shit that's like oh hey, spell incantation, create runes, do magic stuff. And the other seems to be more connected to nature, being like I think it's called spirit manipulation or something. But it's the stuff that the main character can use, and he can't use the other kind of magic. So there seems to be some degree of mutual exclusivity between the 2 magic systems, which I think is really neat. And if they explore that more, that could also be neat. But what's also interesting is basically the main character. Well, I would say interesting. It's actually really nice. The main character encounters a girl who has been enslaved, beats her in a fight because she was also sent to assassinate him. And while she's unconscious from being beaten, he frees her from her slave collar, and when he offers to put the collar back on to earn his trust, he's like, no, I don't need you to do that. Toss the collar away. We don't need that.
Hint.
Get rid of it.
Hint.
It's awful.
Hint. Fucking hint.
Yeah, basically. Like, it's a low fucking bar, but this show cleared it. It's not that fucking hard.
No, it's not other popular isekai.
What bar?
The bar of
that involves
the
shields
hero
and heroes thereof.
the bar of the isekai hero releasing slaves rather than keeping them. Hint, hint. I don't know how much clearer I can make it. Beyond just saying the name.
Another interesting thing here is that the protagonist is not the only person who has been reincarnated here. Aforementioned slave girl is another reincarnation. Specifically, a young girl who was probably like in elementary school or something, who got reincarnated in the body of a very young fox girl who was also a slave, unfortunately. So, getting the whiplash of being born and raised in relatively peaceful conditions in Japan, and then being reincarnated at the bottom rung of a medieval society, does a number on you.
I can imagine.
She's a very thoroughly traumatized girl there. But I do appreciate that she eventually does start healing from her trauma, which is nice. Another nice thing is just like the general vibes of the village that they, which is basically a village of I think demi-humans is no, that's not the term they use, but like elves, dwarves, and beast folk, which is in the wilderness and does spirit arts and shit. And yeah, no, I like low-key vibes, and I am wondering when the hell the shit's going to hit the fan in the next 2 episodes, because I know it's going to happen sooner or later.
I mean, it's
either they're going to leave or shit's going to come to them. It's one or the other.
I mean, that's generally how stories work. Things are going fine for a while, and then shit hits the fan.
Basically.
Moving on
this is fun.
Moving on to a show where the shit has thoroughly hit the fan. That time I got reincarnated as a slime, Season 2, Part 2.
Electric Boogaloo. So yeah, we're about to get to the part where the action starts.
Well, I'm hoping we're finally going to get to the part where Rimuru dresses in his Demon Lord clothes.
I mean, the next episode is literally called the Demon Lords Gather or something like that. So
I'm just hoping he dresses up in his Demon Lord clothes, okay?
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Like, they look so cool, especially when everyone else dresses in it as well.
It is a rad fucking outfit.
Like, he looks good in black. What can I say?
He does look good in black.
Yeah, he does rock that black outfit.
So, I mean, the first, how many episodes of this are there?
5
episodes have basically been, like, a day.
It's been a lot of dialogue and setup,
yeah.
Which, to be fair, makes sense considering what they're setting up. Like, a big confrontation with some of the biggest powers in the setting.
Yeah.
I also do appreciate that Veldora spent most of those episodes just absolutely zoning out and not paying attention at all.
Yeah. Just been reading manga the entire... If this was all he was going to do, did he really need to come out of Rimuru?
He's going to do more later, but...
I know.
It's funny that this is the first thing he does of note.
Yeah. What else is there? I mean, actually, I actually did quite enjoy the, political discussions. I did find it quite interesting, to be honest.
I do think it's neat to kind of see how the geopolitical situation shakes out here.
I still think that the whole Rimuru taking in Carrion's people thing would have more impact if we'd actually seen how the relationship between Rimuru and Carrion started.
We did. We saw that in season 1.
We did?
Yeah, you just forgot about it.
I mean, it's not unheard of. I did block most of that second half of the first season out, but
I
did we
believe
really?
it was or immediately after the Charybdis arc.
That would make sense, but I don't remember anything like that. Really?
Yeah, you completely blocked that out then, because I remember it happening. Albeit vaguely, because that was like 2 years ago.
I'm gonna have to check those 2 episodes between Charybdopoulos and the slime assassination classroom arc, because I don't remember that. I
It
don't
was either
remember that at
before
all.
the Charybdis or right after. I don't remember the exact time frame. But yeah, no, it was during the second half of season 1.
Are you sure you're not mixing it up with like the light novel or the manga?
I am positive. I remember seeing Carrion. I believe he met Carrion after he met Milim.
I mean, yeah, because Milim was the first demon lord that we met, but really?
Yes, really. I'm 99% sure that Carrion was the second.
He did! He sent one of the Beastkeepers!
Yeah,
Oh!
Beastketeers.
Okay, forget me. I'm being dumb. I'm being dumb and I'm forgetting stuff. Which, I feel like it's understandable considering it was a pretty shit season, pretty shit half of the season for Slime. But yeah, that's on me. That's my bad. Honestly, yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's on me. That's on me. Complaint withdrawn. Complaint withdrawn. The complaint I do slightly have is that I wonder if things are going to become too easy again.
Having read ahead, it won't be too easy.
Okay, that's good to know. I mean, there's. Oh, I was going to mention this. So, I don't think this is an unpopular opinion in this in this group to say that the A&N reviewer, I believe it's Richard Eisenbeis for Slime, is incredibly harsh on Slime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and often unwarrantedly so.
Speaking as somebody who is very often very harsh on Slime, he is overly harsh on Slime. That said,
Yeah, no. He seems to nitpick several times.
one thing that I will agree with him on, Shion should not have been one of the ones taken to the fucking Demon Lord meeting.
I mean, I can kind of get Reamer's reasoning of letting her get some confrontation with Clayman after he got her killed, which is valid as long as he can keep her reined in to some degree.
That's the point. He's shown no ability to do that. The only way he keeps her reined in is by giving her what she wants. And frankly,
Fair.
the last time they went on a diplomatic mission, she got drunk in front of the other king. Like, shit-faced in front of the other king and embarrassed Rimuru. I doubt she'll do that here,
Say stuff.
but
I want to say stuff, but I can't because that'd be spoilers.
I will say that Shion is very quickly becoming my most annoying character in Slime, just by virtue of showing up and talking more than Gabiru, who has barely said anything.
You might change your opinion depending on what you think of what happens in the second half of the season, but I won't say anymore.
I doubt that highly.
Fair enough.
I'm already annoyed at her enough for the fucking author growing her breasts again.
That's not the author, that's on the animators.
Whatever. Somebody did it. I don't like them for it. Somebody made that decision to do it, and it's stupid.
That is correct.
Frankly, how she manages to fucking walk upright, I really don't fucking know. But that's beside the point.
I mean, she does have superhuman strength and all that, so maybe that's the explanation that they decided to go with.
Also, it's quite dumb to have an episode titled Ramirez's Warning, then have the warning next episode.
That is kind of funny, honestly. Well, she does
I mean,
come in to warn them
almost,
the episode,
I mean, it's
but
almost as dumb as like having. I don't think it's as dumb as having like a fight in the season 1 OP that happens in season 2.
Yeah, I was incredibly unhappy about that because that was pretty much the only fight that kept me watching Slime. Quite
well,
annoying.
you're still here now, so
I'm still here now because it's too late for me to pull out. And I do like parts of Slime. I really do. That's the thing. I'm harsh on Slime because I see its potential and I just want it to do better.
yeah, that's fair. And it does have its high points, which are always fun when it gets there. But if we're done talking about Slime, we should move on to another show that continued on from earlier this year.
To Your Eternity.
To Your Eternity.
Look at Fushi. He looks pissed. And for good reason.
Meh.
Fuck
Are you
Hayase.
still watching this, Mel?
No.
Mill dropped it.
I got bored.
Okay.
I'm going to say that now. I got bored.
Not gonna lie, I can't really agree with you on that opinion.
Yeah. As I've
But
said,
yeah,
as I've said before, I kept expecting it to hit the heights of the premiere, and it never did for me.
well, that's your opinion, and you're entitled to have it.
What would you do to me if I dropped Bakarina, by the way? Just out of curiosity. It's not anywhere close, but I'm just curious. Would you try and fillet me over a voice connection?
How much do plane tickets to Britain cost?
I don't know about plane tickets to Britain. I know plane ticket to LA and back was, I think, something like 700, 800 quid for me.
I have enough money to afford that.
Yeah, it's fine. It's worth it. As I said, it's not anywhere close at this point, but just out of curiosity, because it has crossed my mind on occasion when I've not been enjoying myself. But
anyways,
To Your Eternity.
To Your Eternity is on, I think, probably the final arc of the season. But guess who's fucking back?
To Your... How many...
Hayase. Hayase is back, and she is more vile than ever.
Let me just... Oh, okay. So there's 3 episodes left. Okay.
There's
no,
4
episodes left. 4 episodes left.
Yeah, no. So anyways, Fushi, basically, Hayase tricks one of the locals into sending Fushi to an island of criminals and getting him shanghaied into a tournament to gain control of the island. Then she pitches her hat into the ring and ultimately beats Fushi in the tournament. Oh, and she also decided to be extra dickish and between her last encounter with Fushi and her current one, murdered Perona. You know, just because she's such a pleasant person. So yeah, Hayase is managing to make for quite an effective hate sink, I think. But this show has, like, I do have some occasional gripes with its production values, but the show is still otherwise quite good in terms of, like, its story and characters. Like, Fushi's growth as a person has been utterly fascinating to watch, and his different interactions with different people throughout the past couple arcs have been very interesting. Like, also, this current arc has not been kind to Fushi because he's been exposed to quite a number of liars and jackasses and thieves throughout, and it's done quite a number on his faith in people. And then there's a whole bit with Hayase that comes in the most recent episode. So yeah, Fushi has not been having a good time.
I feel like Boozman was at least two out of those three adjectives you brought up.
Yeah, but he wasn't quite as egregious as some of the people because, again, he's literally stranded on an island for criminals. Like, it's literally a penal colony that he's been sent to.
So it's Australia.
Basically, you would know a lot about Australia, wouldn't you?
I get. Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, you're not wrong. That is Australia.
But yeah, no, Fushi has been having it rough, especially since he's been forced to participate in a death tournament, and those are not exactly painless endeavors.
In fairness, he has a bit of a built-in advantage for death tournaments.
Oh yeah, no, he was expected to win until Hayase stepped into the ring.
I'd say even then he has a built-in advantage.
He does, except he does not have immunity to certain sleep-inducing drugs, unfortunately.
Yeah. Should have turned into a giant bear and squished her.
He tried. It did not work. That was literally the first thing he tried.
I mean, he should have done that all the way back in the March arc.
He did try to kill her as a giant bear.
Well, he should have done.
Almost succeeded.
He should have done better.
To be fair, he was barely sapient during the March arc. But yeah, no, this is really good stuff, and having actual obstacles that Fushi can't overcome with his innate immortality is really, really good, and helps keep the narrative going by keeping the tension high. So yeah, as of the most recent episode, Fushi is captured and at Hayase's mercy, and now his most recent companions have to save him. So that could make for some fun, interesting stuff. Also, his most recent companions are pretty interesting in that they're different from the ones before, especially the focal one, Tonari, who is a bit of a scoundrel, but very much one who does the scoundrelly things to survive in her environment.
Yeah.
Given, the whole penal colony thing.
Yeah.
Her backstory is also interesting because, she was sent there because her dad apparently murdered her mother, and the whole way that shook out was not as I expected, and actually pretty tragic, honestly.
Tragedy into your eternity? Never.
No way. No way.
Yeah. But no, this is a good show. This is a very good show. I would honestly put it in my top 10 of the year so far easily, if not my top 5. But anyways, moving on to another show that I am watching and you guys are not.
Tokyo Revengers.
Yeah. Oh yeah, come on, right.
Tokyo Revengers is a really interesting show.
How so?
Because it delves into some really harsh brutality sometimes. This is literally the main characters visiting Mikey's brother's grave, and the scene involves Mikey literally saying, while he forgives one of the two people involved in his brother's murder because he didn't actually do anything wrong directly, the guy who actually did the deed, he will never forgive the dude, and if he gets a chance, he will straight up kill him. And according to the present day timeline, he follows up on that and beat the dude to death. So Takemichi is going to try to prevent that, presumably.
Yeah.
We'd like to think so.
Yes. because apparently it leads to a dark timeline where Draken, the guy holding the umbrella over the crouching dude, Mikey, goes to jail for killing people. So yeah, not a great timeline. But it's very interesting to see this kind of time travel in a story where it's a lot more reactive than most forms of time travel.
Mm.
Because Takemichi can jump back and forth in time as long as he has the opportunity to do so, but he cannot change what has already passed in the past timeline. So if something has happened in the past timeline, he cannot go further back and fix it.
Mm-hmm.
What's done in the past is done. So once time in the past arc passes, he cannot go further back, basically. He gets one redo and that's it. And there are lethal stakes at this point to him failing. Talk about a lot of pressure on a guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The characters that have been introduced in this current arc have also been pretty interesting. I will say that what's the word for it? I do think Takemichi is a bit of a dumbass, but that's to be expected at this point. And it's not really his intelligence that makes him an interesting character. Very much his grit and his determination to change the past for the better for the people he cares about. But yeah, this show is really fucking good. I wouldn't say it's the best time travel show that's come out this year, but it's actually got some pretty fucking stiff competition. Like, no joke. It actually has stiff competition.
What's the competition again? Remake or live?
Vivi.
Remake Our Lives, Vivi, and ReZero.
Yeah.
Oh,
These
all
series this year?
right.
Was it winter?
Yeah, part 2.
ReZero,
part 2 was
season 2,
winter.
part 2 was this winter.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah.
Alright.
Really does have some stiff competition then.
Yeah. Still, it's pretty fucking good.
Mm. But we should move on to the third isekai on your list, Jack. Tsukimichi.
Alright, Tsukimichi.
This is really fun. I really like this show. Excuse me. Oh my. I am sad that Tomoe, the Dragon Girl, has stepped out of the narrative for the moment, but the reasoning for it is hilarious, and I still do enjoy the hijinks that have happened in the interim. Because it's literally a direct result of Tomoe and Mio, the girl on the left of the screenshots, getting into a heated debate over which is stronger, and ultimately leveling a town in the process of trying to demonstrate who is stronger, while they were in the middle of raiding a bandit camp. This is the power level shit we're dealing with here.
Mm.
And it is hilarious. All these people are hilarious dumbasses to some degree. But I do enjoy the characters and their dynamics, and I appreciate how the main cast dynamic has unfolded.
Yeah.
The humor of the show is also really fun. Like, it feels like it strikes the right balance of satire and seriousness. But that's just me.
Mm.
But anyways, there's not much else to talk about with going into a little bit of spoilers. But this is a fun show, and honestly, it's probably the best isekai of the season. Realist Hero I do like a lot, but this one just has a lot of the humor that the other isekais lack. You know what I mean?
One wonders if it's a high bar or not.
It's not particularly a high bar, but this is still a really funny show.
No, I'm just playing around with isekai.
You're not entirely incorrect, unfortunately.
Moving on to a show that is unfortunately entirely correct. Well, not entirely, but worryingly correct about adult life. Uramichi Oniisan. Or Life Lessons with Uramichi.
I watched an episode of this. It was alright, to be honest. I mean, to be completely honest, it wasn't all that. There was like maybe 1 or 2 or 3 jokes that I actually like really laughed out loud at. I don't know. It always felt as if like all of the adult characters were like this close to snapping at like some point, especially the main character, because he always has this perpetual like smile with this, that smile with the eyes closed. Right?
Yes, I'm fairly sure it's the key visual, and is why I got creeped out by him.
Yeah.
The show seems like espresso depresso the anime.
It's more. Yeah. I mean, 100%. One of the members of the main cast is going to snap and kill somebody.
I don't think that'll happen. It's just more like.
I mean, humor. If the web manga doesn't, the original web manga doesn't end with that, then they are wholly missing out on the best ending.
I don't know. It's just like, okay, so it's just like you got a bunch of adults down on their luck, and then they gotta do like, and then they have to do like a children's show, and sometimes like I guess their depression or like their like true feelings like seep out while trying to like play up the crowd and stuff. So sometimes like I'm honestly wondering if the kids will like catch on or like something like that, and then because like one of the funniest moments for me is when the kid comes up to the main character. He's like, "All right, how old are you?" And he's like, "I'm 31." I'm like, "Well, my dad's 29. Well, how come you don't have a wife and kids yet?" You have a wife and kids yet. I don't know. I just laughed at that. That's
that one. That's a pretty fucked up question to ask an adult little kid.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of fucked. I kind of want more. I don't know. I kind of just wanted more of that, but.
Plus side, it's got a pretty good cast.
Either you're into that humor or not. Either you're into that kind of humor or not.
But yeah, plus
just
side.
Like being an adult sucks. That's the show. Being an adult sucks.
You're roboting, dude.
Oh really? Sorry.
I didn't hear it. But plus side, there's a pretty loaded cast. Mamoru Miyano, Yuichi Nakamura.
Nana Mizuki.
Mizuki, Natsuki Hanai.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nana Mizuki's in it.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah.
Damn, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Natsuki Hanai, too.
Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you. Okay, I can hear you.
But unless you have anything else to say, I think we should move on to our final show. It is nearly 5 a.m. for me. I believe the sun is starting to rise.
Oh my god.
Welcome to Demon School, Iruma-kun. Oh, this is the wrong image. How did I...
What?
Give me a second. I did the wrong image.
Ah.
This is from the wrap-up last year.
Alright.
Now I've got to... Be content with that one while I do this. It's fucked it.
Okay.
Fucked it up again. I've got 3 for Iruma, so it's fine.
Oh, 3? Oh, that's neat. Are they all Caligo or something?
A lot of them are.
Okay.
There we go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I get you.
The,
What the fuck is Iruma last? Jesus Christ.
Sake.
We're all tired. And it's like, alright, it's the end. Alright. Alright. I
Paul,
gotta do a
Paul.
You guys
Iruma
hear me
last.
now?
We've been
I
able
can
to hear you
I
this
can
entire time. You can't hear us, Jack. I'm going to
Can you hear
assume
me,
Jack
Jack?
can't hear us. So I'm just going to start
Oh,
talking about
Jack.
Kalego's home visits, which were utterly hilarious.
You guys are roboting real hard from my perspective, but I think it's
Yeah,
just
It's
my
your
it
connection,
seems,
dude.
yeah, it seems like there's something on your end, yeah.
Yeah, it's your connection, dude. It's not us.
Yeah. Alright, so what about Caligo's home visits?
I mean, they were just all
God.
fucking
What the hell
hilarious.
is going on?
Maybe mute yourself while you work this out, dude.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, the homes.
I
I mean,
remember.
the fucking Clara one where Kalego literally put his foot over the door frame and then walked out of going, right, I'm done here.
Yeah, I'm done. You can tell he doesn't want to deal with Clara and their family's bullshit because he knew what he knew what was going in. He knew what he was gonna get to, but he was like, he has to do it because his first, because like Sullivan's his damn principal.
Yeah. And then there was the whole is he the eldest brother?
Oh, no, he's the younger brother.
Well,
I'm surprised that they had-
Clara's younger brother, but I think he's the eldest son, right?
Yeah, he's the eldest son. Yeah.
Eldest son, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're talking about Rawa. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, just he and Kalego's reaction to him was great.
Yeah, because he's so unlike the rest of the family.
Yeah.
I mean, look at him. So.
Oh god, just the home visits were just utterly hilarious, especially considering we learned about Opera's and Kalego's history, which was fantastic.
I'm surprised they did that because, fun fact, like the original, because like the original the original story for that was like a two chapter manga that came out like right before the anime started airing. Season 2 started airing. So like,
clearly they've had this planned.
I was, huh?
Clearly they've had this planned in the anime as well.
No, she was like she was literally showing them the drafts.
Yeah.
As she was writing it, since it was like announced like way before. So I'm surprised I'm surprised part of it got animated.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Opera was very different.
I mean, I just love Opera completely. They are fantastic and super fucking strong.
Yeah.
Because the next arc that we did we talk about that arc? I think we did talk about the end of Terminus exams arc, because the next arc we get into is the Walter Park arc, which is actually
the Walter Park arc,
which is actually good. When I was catching up and I saw that there were like 4 episodes devoted to.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Or is Discord being a fucking colossal turd nugget?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
I can hear you now.
Can you hear us? Is the question.
Can you hear us? Yeah.
I can hear you guys.
Okay, thank God.
Would be a colossal fucking asshole.
Yeah, sorry about that.
But yeah, so
not your fault.
So we're on to we've just finished discussing Kalego's home visits, which were utterly hilarious. Poor Kalego.
Yeah, that was fun.
Kalego's sanity.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, he basically just lost his sanity right there.
So we're just moving on to Walter Park, which, as I said, has been surprisingly really enjoyable.
Really fun stuff, yeah.
I was worried.
Yeah, you were talking about like.
Well, I was worried because there were a lot of episodes devoted to it. There were at least 4 or 5 episodes devoted to it, and the fact that Kiruo, who was probably my least favorite part of season 1, was coming back.
Season 1, yeah. Yeah, I get that because when I hear that the second season was going on, I'm like, oh god, how are they gonna handle this arc? Because the longest arc of season 1 went on a bit too long, and it's gonna feature the same villain. But it's like, okay, this one's more action packed,
Mm.
so they could do more and less.
I also think it's the point is focusing more on like instead of
The
focusing on the
characters you
villain,
like.
it's focusing on the characters that
Yeah.
we like instead of on Kiruo, who we frankly didn't really have any reason to like.
Yeah.
And it's just been really enjoyable getting to see them. I mean, just the fact that they split up into groups and the poor bastards who got into Kalego's group.
Yeah, they just realized no, because they made a bet on like who's gonna have the most
Yeah,
fun, and then they
it
get
is.
split into groups, and the people group was like, "We already lost."
Balam
Yeah,
sent.
Lego's kind of
We
got
already-
this short straw.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it was made even worse by when the fucking attack started. Gleg was just there, sitting like, "Yeah, you deal with it. Teachable moment. You guys deal with it."
Yeah. That was fun. Yeah, really fun.
I mean, admittedly, when they were actually in danger, he stepped in, which I'm sure he would have done at any other point. But
Yeah. He cares about it, but it's like he's just
I feel like
annoyed
he was-
by them. He's just annoyed enough by them, so like he could just make a teachable moment out of this. But at the same time, he genuinely does care about his students.
no, I mean,
I
I
think
feel like
that's
he was also just like savoring the moments of them actually suffering
Yeah.
just
But,
enough to act.
But yeah, but the home visit episode shows that he does actually really care about his students.
Yeah.
He does care. He's just kind of an asshole.
Yeah. The glorious return of Renov Romier, who apparently is
Did
in
you
line
watch
to
the
inherit
most
the
recent
park.
episode?
Yes, I did.
Yes, we did.
That is
Okay.
the third screenshot. Well, that is where the third screenshot is from, which we will get to, because we've got to discuss
Okay.
we've got to discuss the attack. So the Six Fingers. I did when she was interacting with Iruma, I really liked Shida and her design.
Sheeta's the only one that matters. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Sheeta's the only one that matters.
That
It's
did
the
seem
girl who
like the
interacted with
case.
Iruma.
That did seem
Huh?
like the case, honestly.
Yeah. Well, it's more. No, I mean, okay, I'm being facetious because I'm like, It's kind of hyperbole because I know I read the manga, but it's like, she's just the only one I really remember from the six, mainly because of her interactions with Iruma. It's like one of those like things. It's like one of those things you see from a mile. It's like one of those like cliches you see from a mile away, but it's like, man, I want to see this happen. I don't care. I don't care if it's a good shot. I want to see this happen now. So yeah, I want to get to know more about her. The other characters are fine. They look interesting. One of them is voiced by the main. One of them is voiced by the main character of God of High School. Actually,
Yeah. Interesting.
Cool.
Aquatope. Yeah, that was it was that guy. So that was the most interesting
I
about
don't
him,
remember
but-
names. I remember designs. I don't remember
Yeah, I
names.
Yeah, I know. Big cast of characters. I only know because I read the manga. So, Sheeta's really the only one that kind of matters. One of the things I like about, from, episode, again, from Wicked, from, the Royal Classroom arc onwards, is that a lot of the side characters get a lot more screen time. They get to show off what they can do, and you get to see it a lot here.
It has definitely been really nice to get to actually spend some proper time with the other misfits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Having them get actual plot focus has been really neat.
Yeah.
And having them actually get a time to shine has also been fun.
They
Especially
get, one.
especially Jazz's group, who
Yeah.
actually
Yeah,
get
Jazz's group was pretty. That was from a creative standpoint, it was definitely the most creative because they don't know how to they don't really have anything to attack, so they have to be creative with how to approach the monster.
And
they were probably the least stacked group in terms of combat ability.
They're definitely the least stacked.
I also think that this arc has done quite a bit to redeem Owlboy, frankly. Mostly because he hasn't had an opportunity to interact with girls.
Yes.
The thing,
Getting
they do
shoehorned in
something.
with Lego's group was the best thing to happen to him.
Mm-hmm.
The interesting thing about, well, I don't know.
Fuck.
Do we lose Koni?
I think we lost Koni.
Okay. Well, we'll keep talking. So I think we should talk about the three battles. So Jazz's group was great. I mean, I loved that first bit where they worked together to get I think Goemon's wind blade
Hello?
to hit. Hello?
There you are. There you are.
Sorry, I accidentally turned on airplane mode for some reason.
Well,
so that turned off Wi-Fi.
will cut you off. That will cut you off.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were just talking about the three beast fights. So,
yeah.
The first one where they worked together to get Goemon a strike, and they were just all celebrating. I'm just going like, it will have done nothing. It will absolutely done nothing. Smoke cleared. It did nothing.
It did absolutely nothing.
Meanwhile, Kalego's...
They're only students. They're just first years. What do you think? We're gonna beat dragons? The most powerful, they're not even the most powerful first years of the group.
And meanwhile, Kalego's literally just sat with his feet up, just going, "Unfortunately, my hands are full with all the stuff you chucked in them. Can't help you." And yeah, it was an inventive use of all their powers to eventually, win the day. The second one, Amelie's power is very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically, you could basically just delude herself into being confident, and the more confident she gets, the more powerful she becomes. But it also works the opposite way around.
Mm-hmm.
Which we haven't seen yet.
Which we haven't seen.
I mean, I was sort of hoping to see Opera just curb stomp it, but we got that later on anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah.
And seeing Amari in action is always fun.
No, it is.
Yeah,
it's
pretty
definitely
interesting.
Good. It definitely shows that she has the student council position by force and force of will. And also just Clara just being Clara.
She's also like, Clara's being Clara.
I love Clara so much.
Clara's
She's
great.
a delightful gremlin.
Yeah.
And then
again, like Amri's the highest ranked student in the school, so I'm like,
no, it makes sense.
That
makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And then we have.
There's also wait. I'd be remiss to mention Karori and Elisabetta.
Oh yeah, the bit with
Karori.
Like that idol. Persona to calm down the crowd was nice.
Yeah, I mean, again, I saw it coming, but it's fine. It worked well.
But also tied into Amelie's fight too. So.
Yeah,
and then you have
that was great. That was great. That actually was really cool, really good. I just loved it.
It's full of fucking Simple Gear. Like I heard Simple Gear comparisons after that. I'm like, oh wow, okay. So, and then moving on to like this episode.
Yeah,
which I think is also really good.
Yeah, it was very good. So it was the dragon fight with Sabnok and Az just fucking both beating on the dragon and beating on each other verbally. Getting into arguments, but it ended up being a really nice moment where Sabnok took the hit for Az, and then motivated him to run away because they couldn't deal with it. Because as strong as they are, they're still first years.
Yeah, he makes good reasoning. Sabnok is one of the things I really like about Sabnok is that he's always smarter than he looks. Like he's not dumb muscle.
You expect him to be some sort of demon himbo, but he occasionally drops some pearls of wisdom.
Yeah.
And then he's not just dumb muscle. He's actually pretty smart.
And then Balam Sensei just fucking murders the dragon.
Balam is fun.
I do love Balam. I do love Balam.
So apparently, speaking of demon ranks from earlier, so we know that Balam and Caliego are both rank 8.
Yeah.
And I believe Az is rank 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. I can confirm.
Opera is explicitly stronger than both Caliego and and Balam.
Opera is
Which means
definitely
he's
definitely
probably ranked 9.
He's definitely 9.
Opera's probably ranked 9, yeah.
Well, we don't know his rank, but like he's the butler to Sullivan, who is like one of the most powerful demons in the world. So he's got to be pretty strong.
Here's the thing.
I mean, they got to be pretty strong.
I mean, here's the thing. Opera tried to recruit Amory based on her strength.
Yeah.
And because they thought that it would cause more chaos. But
you have no idea. You have no idea. Oh man, there's one chapter that reminds me. I hope they adapted, but moving on.
Let's get to the star of today's episode, though. Renove Romier, who did not think this all the way through.
Yeah. He did not think this all the way through.
The risk he took was calculated, but he is bad at math.
Yeah.
That's like I'm a genius. Oh no.
So let's summarize for the people who who don't know what we're talking about. So basically, the 3 magical beasts combined into one. At which point, Opera, Balam, and Fuzzy Caligo
and Caligo, Fuzzy, he was fuzzy in that scene.
Teamed up to basically one-shot it. Literally one-shot it.
No, the interesting thing is the Cerberus that Caligo summons. It's a puppy.
Yeah, it does make a mention of that. But then it turns into a magical bomb with most of the blast aimed towards the emergency shelter where everyone is, including Elisabetta and Kurori.
And Kurori, yeah.
Kurori. So they try to think of a way to either get the people out or divert the blast, but they can't think of one. Right up until the point Renove pops his head up, the last time we saw him, he was being dragged along by Az.
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't mentioned a particular character, but we'll mention it after this. Renove sticks his head up and uses his ability to get the bomb creature to basically turn to him, and then suddenly he realizes he's right in the blast. He's right in the way of the blast. He's just like, Oh,
no, it's not that he's not in the way of the blast. It's like he's looking at him and he's about to blow him off.
Yeah, but then just as the episode ends, because we have to have a cliffhanger, Iruma jumps right in front of the blast and Renove.
Yeah.
So the character that we forgot to mention was Agares.
Oh yeah,
pretty
Agares
sleepy boy.
Pretty looking.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
right, that did happen.
He's getting his beauty sleep, obviously.
Yeah, he's getting beauty sleep. That's why he needs to sleep all the time. He was so beautiful, Renove was jealous.
I mean, he
looks very... with a bag on his head.
Looks very, very beautiful. But he also was, really helpful with his bloodline ability.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And, managed to... They all managed to save a bunch of kids, and he's been protecting them for most of the fight, which is quite nice. Again, it's just like little bits like that we haven't gotten to see for characters like him before.
Yeah, that's the thing I really like about this arc and in future arcs, is that the whole class really gets a time to shine. Everyone compares it with endless Hiraka comparisons are endless, but it's one of the things that people really compare it to, based on this was Class 1A from Hiraka, which I do think Hiraka Class 1A has more interesting characters on the surface. They don't really get the screen time that the Mystics
It's a different type of series is the thing. Iruma can get away with focusing on its characters because it can get a lot of comedy out of focusing on its characters.
It doesn't do battle smut, so it's more of a character comedy, so it focuses more on that.
But yeah, otherwise, the last thing I have to say about Iruma is I just love hearing Murase.
Iruma is just serious, and
he's just adorable.
Show. Yeah, fun.
And he's
fun.
Well, before the attack, he was having about as good a time as the first time I remember going to an amusement park, where I managed to go on some rides, but then thought I lost my phone, spent probably a good hour or so walking around where I'd been trying to find it, only to realise it had fallen into my lunchbox.
River probably never had fun at an amusement park because
No, he
his
absolutely
child. You know
hasn't.
his
He
backstory.
absolutely hasn't.
So like
Um,
he absolutely hasn't. So like he gets to be like he's
gets to
got
be a
his most
kid.
childless
He,
here,
he, he
and
gets
it's
to
fun.
he
Yeah,
gets to be a kid.
yeah.
Unfortunately, the whole demons looking out for themselves thing really really hits a nerve for him, unsurprisingly.
But he just looks at everyone. He just looks at all the destruction. It's like no one's helping anybody, and it's like, oh my god, I am actually mad for the first time in my life.
Well, as I said, it brings up some stuff considering that's basically what his parents were, looking out for
Yeah.
themselves. But we
Becca
have
Silverman also reviews
yeah
this year.
we have four episodes left of Iruma, and I'm really looking forward to them. So
I hope a season 3 gets announced because I am loving this series.
I'd be surprised if
I
it
hope
didn't.
that I oh my god, there's
Iruma is
so much I
popular.
want to talk about.
Iruma is popular, so I would be surprised if it didn't get a season
Is
3.
it? Is it?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
You really think
I mean,
so?
it got a fucking
pretty
2-core
sure-
season 2. That's pretty
Yeah.
good sign of popularity.
Yeah, no, that is a very good sign.
Yeah.
But
I
anyway,
guess it is popular.
If I'm looking at last season when it started, I'm pretty sure it was in the top 10 most. No, it wasn't. Still pretty popular though. Still had
Yeah, it
almost
was-
150,000.
It was a sleeper hit, so like everyone's like, no, I feel like a bunch of people are going back to it. But yeah.
in terms
no,
of score
kinda
on
joking.
Mal, it was ninth with an 8.06. Which was actually the same as Zombieland Saga Season 2. And Zombieland Saga is, incredibly popular. It's actually got more people.
It ended.
It's actually got more people watching it than Zombieland Saga Season 2 did.
Okay.
Which is
And
wild.
At the moment, it is in 6th in the continuations. And those continuations include One Piece and Detective Conan, which are obviously,
Eternal.
Huge.
eternal, yes. I mean, it's 0.5 better than Hero Aka Season 5 at this moment.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like this
No,
section.
I know.
Aka, so
I know.
that makes sense.
People are dumb about Hero Aka because they see it as the normie anime and so they vote it down. But still, it's an achievement for Iruma-kun. I genuinely do think Iruma is popular.
Yeah.
Actually, I need to be right. Actually, it's more popular than one might think.
As I said,
way more popular than
I don't think it would have gotten a 2-core Season 2 if it wasn't popular somewhere.
Yeah, it was. It's actually like the highest selling thing in its magazine in Japan. That magazine had these stars running.
Yeah, no,
alongside
it's
it.
definitely popular.
So.
But
regardless,
we should call it end.
We should finally end. Oh my god.
So thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. Listening to me get more and more tired as it got closer and closer to sunrise.
We should do this earlier next time.
Yeah, I would prefer that we do this at least an hour earlier.
I can't make any guarantees, but I will try my best.
So in terms of future streams, we don't. D&D is not on tomorrow.
Unfortunately, but
we will see what we can do.
Like
I meant to ask Gen this earlier, but I didn't manage to do it. We could do Civ, considering all three of us will be available. If not, we'll probably find something to do.
Yes.
Tuesday will be Mass Effect. We will be continuing the Bring Down the Sky DLC, I believe. We were in the middle of that right as Fuzzy's computer died, unfortunately. So we're probably going to have to redo a little bit of that, but we'll finish that. Next Thursday,
we don't have anything firmly planned, but it'll probably be another game stream.
Yeah, we'll probably do something like
probably Civ, maybe something else.
Yeah. And as for next Saturday, we We do have something planned, but we're not sure if we're going to be able to do it. It's going to depend on some availabilities. So make sure to follow the Twitter, follow Twitch, and subscribe to YouTube to keep up to date on what we are doing. As always, thank you for watching, and we will see you next time. Good morning.
Later.
Good evening.